From the Rexworth penthouse, away from Castle Rexworth and Rexworth Estates, I bid all of you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, and whenever you are, across all of time and space. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth. And this stupid thing decided to jack up my volume again. I have no idea what is the problem. Good thing I turned it down both in YouTube audio and here in Streamlabs. Ah, Sonia, hello, hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Chat, we're going to do a bit of yapping here in the beginning. Probably going to do a few more video reacts here. I've got some things that... Actually, I was wondering if you all might want to watch a video game documentary with me that was put up on YouTube not too long ago. This one's going to be about the Neo Geo. It looks pretty good. Also got some things here that we can take a look at. Tours of luxury hotels in Japan. I've got one here pulled up already that is a tour of a luxury hotel in Osaka. So I figure that that's something fun and enjoyable we could take a look at. V, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. It's me, your favorite robot. Beep boop and stuff. Yeah, beep boop beep. Hello. How are you? Well, after a big hearty breakfast, I'm happy to say that I am no longer hungover. Who knew a plate of eggs and bacon, or actually an omelette and bacon, and some biscuits and hot coffee would be just what the doctor ordered. Because especially after... Well, I won't get into the details, but I had one too many drinks last night, and definitely was feeling it the next day. That's what happens, though, whenever you get the mix wrong and end up putting a bit more vodka in your glass than Coca-Cola. Got it, celebrating the model reveal. Yeah, sure. You know what? We'll go with that. Yeah, so anyway. This week, I do want to talk about what we can expect to see later this week. Tomorrow, it's my birthday. So I'm going to be with all of you for most of the day. And then just stop to eat dinner, and that'll be it. That'll be celebration for the day. You're all welcome to come and go as you like. I'll probably be hanging out in the Stream VC. Oh, happy early birthday. Thank you, V. Thank you. Yeah, those of you who are not part of the Discord already, please do join if you are age 18 or older. We're going to be limited to 8 spots. So including myself, that'll be 7. Yeah, feel free to come and go as you like. I do sort of feel the need to set some ground rules that, you know, if you're sort of camping or whatever, you're doing something else whilst in the VC, you know, if you're not being actively engaged, we do ask that you sort of excuse yourself for a bit there, and, you know, maybe come back just to free up the slot for somebody else who may want to pop in and say hello, you know, just to be fair to everybody else. Mod duties activate. All right, Arsenio, thank you for that. But yeah, do feel free to hang out. Just, yeah, kind of feel free to come and go as you like. But yeah, there's that boundary of that I'd like to sort of set a respectful boundary of, you know, hey, if you got something else to do, it's probably best to excuse yourself since we only have like 7 slots for everyone else. Yeah. That's all I can really think of. It almost seems like I shouldn't have to make it obvious, but we've had some people in the past who have come into our VC during celebrations and have then sort of proceeded to monopolize the spotlight and start to make it all about them. We'd like to avoid that as best we can, and I'd certainly like to avoid having to make an exit from VC and just close it off and lock it down because people lack social skills or don't know how to behave themselves. So yeah, that's some things I was thinking about. Yeah, and you know, definitely if you're not in good Luna Wolf, thank you for redeeming first. How can I put this? It's okay to be having a bad day when someone else is having a good day. Just don't try to drag down the other person and turn their good day into a bad day, if that makes any sense. Don't bring down the vibe, is what I'm saying. Another thing that I've sort of noticed whenever there's, you know, major milestones, whenever there's, you know, celebrations going on, is that sometimes there are people, and I won't, obviously I'm not calling out anyone in particular, but it's something that I have noticed, this individuals sometimes will, I don't know, tend to want to spoil the good time that's being had for whatever reason. And it's just, tomorrow's not the time or place for something like that. So, if we could avoid a lot of that tomorrow, that would be fantastic. And I think that would make for a really good day, not just for me, but for everyone else who chooses to participate. It's just going to be mostly a hangout of... Gosh, I have no idea. Honestly, I'm going in with this with very little preparation. But more than likely will be a time to play some video games and do some React Andy, probably play some walking tour videos, usual things that that people tend to enjoy whenever they come to stream. We're just going to sort of make it an all-day type of affair. So yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. I will have to reach out to Zoe. I still need to do that. I think we had both said, hey, same time next week? Yeah, sure. And then completely forgot, oh, shit, I'm turning another year older next week. I should probably let them know that plans have sort of changed. We may have to pick this up week after next. So yeah, but she's always been very understanding, and yeah, we can pick that up next week. That's fine. Saw that no one had redeemed it yet. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, second and third still available if anybody wants it. I don't know. Seeing that it's a bit hit and miss with people redeeming the first, second, and third. I may end up just getting rid of those and just turning the not first also high into a what's up. Whack. Finally got the baddie version of my model to go whack. Anyways, hope everyone's having a good Sunday. I probably should have recorded a podcast before I came on the air. I don't really feel up for recording it live on Twitch. And honestly, I have no idea what I would talk about. I have a pretty good theme for latest episode of the podcast. Don't delete the Ducky Redeem. Oh, never. Never. You know, that is never going away. No, we will. I rather love the Ducky Redeem, so that's yeah. See you guy. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, lighter week as a result this week. I will probably be taking Tuesday and Wednesday off. Just because I have, as I mentioned in another stream, I've been meaning to kind of scale back the number of streams that I do in a week, just to give myself a bit more time to rest. New model, yes sir, yes sir. Brand new model, and thanks to Verena and Lorelei, I was able to not only source this, but Verena used her model making and editing skills and worked her magic to polish it up and make it into what you see here. Yeah, it's been a hit. We're calling this the villain model. We're calling this the villain model for use, especially. I like it. Thank you, thank you. Used very prominently recently in an ASMR video that I put out on YouTube last night. So that's yeah, it's that was fun. It was fun to be able to play a baddie for a couple of minutes. And very special thanks to Jisoo for supplying the script that's available for public use. Their attribution is in the comments of the YouTube video. And I do invite all of you to please click on that link that would take you to their Twitch page, and do give them a follow. And if you yourself would like to do short form ASMR, but you know, maybe you're in need of a good script and you're not really confident in your own script writing abilities, well, that's all right. There's great people like Jisoo who write these scripts. They put them out on their Twitter feed, and they're available for use as long as you provide attribution. So yeah, can't recommend them enough. Welcome to the dark side. Yes, I'm told there's cookies here. Yeah, so Tuesday, Wednesday, not going to be here. Thursday, come back for Yakuza 0 over on Swear Gaming. Friday, taking off. Likely we'll be back on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, so lighter week. Lighter week. Probably won't get to... we might get to Dave the Diver tomorrow. It's part of the gameplay. But yeah, we've got... Rosso, hello. Good to see you. Yeah, so that's it for the week. Let's go ahead and I should like to get started with Rosso, thank you for redeeming second. Yeah, so it looks like this was posted 6 hours ago. Hang on. Switch over to this. Can't stay, it's bedtime, but I had to stop by. Totally understand, Sierga, but thank you for stopping by nevertheless. I hope you're doing alright. Hope you're hanging in there. Yeah. But it's always good to see you, my friend. Let's see, let's go to our window capture. And here we are. Luxury at Japan's new Osaka hotel. First day review and a Guinness Infinity bath. No idea if that means they're going to be bathing in a bath full of Guinness beer, but, you know, here it is. It's a condensed version of the charms of the hotel. And where did they say this was? Umeda City in Kita Ward. Departing from Yodoyabashi Station. Welcome to Osaka, chat. The bridge of the Tosabori River is called Yodoyabashi, named after the wealthy merchant Yodoya who was active during the Edo period. I mean, when you're rich enough, I suppose you can have just about anything named after you. Quaint stone bridge that blends in well with the surroundings. A channel devoted entirely to introducing hotels and tourist spots. There's no narration. Myaku Myaku, the Osaka Expo mascot. Oh, yes. Next year, Osaka is hosting the World's Fair. And that's Osaka City Hall. Oh, look at those pretty stained glass windows up at the top. I love that. Art Deco stained glass. That's beautiful. There's a rush to build hotels in Osaka. I mean, less than a year away. Now we've got to get ready. Contrast with the skyscrapers is very interesting. Yeah, new meets old. A lot of very similar vibes in terms of aesthetics to what you'll find in parts of Tokyo. Oebashi was built in the Edo period. Well, that explains the similarities then, doesn't it? Bridges built in the same era each have their own unique character. I'd say that's a really good thing. No point in having all your bridges look alike. As long as they all perform the same function. Dress them up, jazz them up. Give a bit of variety. This is spice of life. And let's see, I think we're coming up to our hotel. Yes, the Kandeo. At the Osaka Dojimahama Tower. Dojimahama, that is a mouthful, isn't it? It is $177.59 per night. At least at the time of filming. And this was posted only a few hours ago on YouTube. And this is one that occupies floors 17 to 31. The rest of the building is all offices and observation decks and a studio and cafe and other things. And of course, they've got a built-in car park somewhere, I think at the basement level. Kandeo Hotels. This is actually the first time I'm hearing about these. I'm usually up to speed on a lot of the big hotel brands and chains in Japan. This is the first one I'm hearing about Kandeo. But, I mean, so far, I'm impressed. This is the lift, chat. It's a very nice lift, too. Though, they probably need something going on the telly there other than a test pattern. Lovely flower arrangements. I wonder if there's a florist or something there at reception. Oh yes, this is pretty standard fare for luxury hotel check-in these days. Marble desks and lovely chandeliers and all these pretty flowers. Look at that. Oh, and that water, the fountain there in the center of the lobby. That's that is soothing. It's just nothing, there's not these big aggressive showers of whoosh water. It's just a trickle across stone. There's something very zen to that. And yet at the same time, from an angle, it almost looks like that house by Frank Lloyd Wright, Falling Water. 28th floor. My goodness, you are going to be high up, aren't you? And, oh, access to the executive bar lounge. Oh, we're talking. All the trimmings that make for a good hotel. Comfy rooms. Number for room service. And a bar where you can go get a drink. Which, honestly, I think I just described a lot of boutique properties up and down Miami Beach. And let's see. Breakfast venue. Ah, yes. Looks like that's where the breakfast buffet is served. Looks good. And there's a smoking area. I like this, though. Lighting and decor have a Japanese accent, but the interior is very modern, very calming. I mean, naturally, you do want something that's calming. You've got guests that are jet-lagged and tired after a long journey just trying to get there. Yeah. I need something that's just soothing and warm and inviting. Something that almost says, welcome home. Welcome to your home away from home. Calming, ultra, quiet corridors. And, here's the room, 2820. Oh, a wooden handle. We've got a deluxe king room. Oh, chat. Little travel tip for you. A lot of hotels in Asia tend to do this, and some in Europe as well. This little card slot that we're seeing here, that you put your key card in, that's supposed to supply power to the rest of the room. And when you take it out, it just turns the power off after you leave. That also turns off the aircon or the heater, and that can make things rather... it gets difficult to get comfortable. I know I had trouble cooling off during my stays in Tokyo and also in Beijing and Shanghai, because a lot of our hotels that we were staying at had something like this, and we'd always take our key card out, and it'd be probably the middle of the night before it finally felt comfortable again, in terms of, warmth or even level of cooling, because sometimes it can be quite warm. Little travel hack for you on this: have a business card with you. I mean, any old business card, as long as it's your standard sort of rectangular business card. Slip that in the slot, leave it there, and take your room key with you. And bypass the system. Keep the aircon on, and they'll keep your room either cooled or heated depending on time of year and your preference. Yes, that is a modern and beautiful room. Nothing to block the light, rooms bright, only possible on the high floors. Yes, we are talking about cities with skyscrapers in them, so that can be a bit tricky sometimes. And with these rooms, oh, you do have to take off your shoes. Okay. Before you make an entrance. Don't know how well that's observed, especially with the foreign tourists, but they probably got signage posted there. It's a bit cozy, but it's nice. It's still rather luxurious. I mean, granted, it's no presidential suite, but it's all right. And that view, good lord, that is fantastic. That is absolutely incredible. That's Osaka, chat. Hell yeah, I would love to be in a hotel room like this and wake up with that view. Especially catching the sunrise over Osaka. That is quite the view indeed. Nice chair. Very modern. Glass and chromium coffee table. The sofa is almost like a chaise lounge or something that's just put right up there by the window. Very posh. Chromed ice bucket. Ooh, an electric kettle. And the tea set. Very posh indeed. A DeLonghi. Ogawa coffee. Oh, coffee from Kyoto. Got safe and mini fridge underneath so you can keep things cool. Standard higher brand mini fridge. I make some decent stuff. They make appliances, they make certain television sets. Bed and shower are separated by glass. Pillows soft and comfortable. Bed is made by Simmons. Must be a Simmons Beauty Rest then. Let's see, we've got lamp controls, dimmer dials there, and looks like some sort of AC outlet. No USB from the looks of it, so you'll probably need to buy yourself a... If you have anything that has a that charges with a USB cable, you'll probably need to go to like Don Quixote or even a Konbini and buy a wall charger. They're fairly cheap, though. I can't imagine you'd pay more than like 500, probably just 500 yen or less. If you're paying any more than that, I would be concerned you're not getting a good deal. Hi, Rex, Mr. Villain Guy. Hello, Addy. Mwahaha. Just kidding. Oh, fancy. A wooden box for... Yeah, that's where you keep your toothbrushes. They give you a little bit of toothpaste and some Q-tips, nail files. Safety razors in case you forget yours. Looks like, yeah, rather a nice comb there for your hair and facial wipes of some kind. And all separated in these trays, almost like they're doing some sort of boxed lunch. Like a bento box style approach to toiletries. Salonia hairdryer. Never heard of Salonia before. Bathroom switch. Aircon temperature there. Go on, turn it down. All the way down. All the way down. Low as it'll go. Bath towels. Looks like a reusable bag. Ah, you can take all that with you too. Oh, they've got a spa. I'd be very interested to see that. You get snacks, though. I haven't seen snacks. Usually they'd be near the mini fridge, but doesn't look it. So yeah, but I mean, good news is there's a konbini on every corner in most major cities in Japan. So we're in Osaka now. Yeah, I imagine you just turn a corner somewhere and hey, there's a 7-Eleven or there's a Family Mart or there's a mini stop or Daily Yamazaki. Oh, and they even lay out pajamas for you. Though I imagine they're more Japanese size than anything else. I highly doubt my own body would fit in that. Yay, ramen 24/7. I mean, if you like. They are open 24/7, and yes, they do have quite the steady supply of ramen at your friendly neighborhood konbini. Japanese-style wooden wall color. Oh yes, and they do separate the toilet. And you do get the bidet toilet seat. Brilliant. Honestly, at this point, it's not even anime that's Japan's greatest export. It's Toto washlets. And one other thing that I'll say about Japanese hotels that I think are rather refreshing. Other parts of the world having to concern themselves with infestations of bed bugs. To my knowledge, I have never heard of a bed bug infestation in a Japanese hotel. It just doesn't happen. So that's rather nice. A lot of people are having to adjust to the idea of, instead of setting their baggage somewhere on the floor, even on the bed, they're being told, do not put your suitcase on your bed to unload your suitcase. Don't put your clothes in any of the dresser drawers, because you might start spreading around bed bugs. And hey, you have to turn over the undo the covers and everything, and look all around the sheets for bed bugs. Here, not something you have to worry about. Not in my experience, anyway. Sendai Tanabata Festival. Oh, wow. Umeda Sky. Oh, that is amazing. The round shape is a floating garden observatory. Fun Plaza. Well, they do say in Japan everything is as advertised. Oh, are we actually going to go up onto the floating garden? Please, let's go up there. I really want to see that. Kuchutein. Building opened in 1993. It's one of the most popular spots for foreign tourists. In 2008, the Times of Britain chose it as one of the top 20 buildings in the world, alongside the Parthenon and the Taj Mahal. Quite the honour. Word panels written in languages from around the world tell the entire story. And you're greeted by the light and airy atmosphere of the summer. Open from 9:30 to 22:30. Let's say it's open fairly late. Say it's open till about 10:30 at night. You'll float as you rise to the 39th floor, taking in 360-degree views. Oh, hell yeah. That's cool. And then up the escalators. A sci-fi-like space with panoramic views of the cityscape between the towers of the Umeda Sky building. Ah, so this must be the sister of sorts to Shibuya Sky. Oh, you get a discount if you buy in advance online. Fantastic. And here's our entrance. I like that font type. Oh, this is lovely. It's so simple, but it's so beautiful. Paper lanterns. Paper umbrellas with an LED light. It's just so elegant and beautiful in its simplicity. Cafe Sky 40. It's like they've got tea, water, sodas, coffee. And then we go up to the rooftop. And from here you have to climb the stairs. And here it is, chat. 360-degree views of the gorgeous city of Osaka. 173 meters above the ground. Amazing. Oh, look at the river, chat. Even in the, especially in the evening, it does seem to get crowded, doesn't it? And you can see the see-through elevator. You just went up inside the rim. See the escalators there. The west side is no tall buildings, so it makes it a great spot to see the sunset. How about that? Oh, watching a sunset from up here. That's one of those once-in-a-lifetime views, unless you're living there. Gosh. Oh, look at those clouds. All the colour in the sky, the pinks, the orange, the yellows, the blues. Oh. Makes you just want to take out an easel and try to capture that on canvas. Let's see, what is this triangular-shaped zone? Let's find out. I'm the type of person who likes to pursue things that interest me. Lol, check it out. No, good on you, mate. Oh, they're padlocks. Heart-shaped padlocks. I think this started with a bridge somewhere in Paris. Or maybe it was Italy, I forget. But then eventually they started having to take away the padlocks because not only were they getting to be just all-encompassing on the bridge, but I think at one point they were also so heavy, all the weight of all those locks, that they were threatening the structural integrity of the bridge. They were threatening to bring the bridge down because it was too heavy. You can relax and feel the breeze. Everyone seems to be enjoying their time in their own way. I imagine the breeze up there must be fantastic. Even on a warm summer night, it would be amazing up there. Worth the price for admission, I would say. Just hang out there for 30 minutes or an hour, just taking in the view. Enjoyed by both couples and families. Yeah, there you go. You got your significant other with you, or your spouse. Take them on a date up here. Hey, Rex. Hello, droid. That would certainly add quite the atmosphere, yeah. The rooftop garden on the 39th floor is free. And they also have shops selling original goods and Osaka souvenirs. Bridge connecting the two buildings in midair. It looks like they just finished it this year, but this building is actually 30 years old. And 31 to be more precise. It's finished in 1993. How are we feeling today? Better after having maybe one too many drinks after last night and sleeping things off. And then a hearty breakfast this morning. And in the same building as our hotel, we've got a cafe. Oh, that breakfast service looks amazing. Café Beau and Passion Nature. Oui, s'il vous plaît. Thank you for redeeming third. Just had a chat with Scoob. He's helping me to improve my reach. Hey, that's fantastic. Corner sofa seat. Yeah, let's go. Oh, looks like a mocktail. Organic honey lemon soda. Uses lemon, effective in recovering from fatigue. I mean, lemonade. Hard to beat it. Grilled Palermo peppers from Sayama, Osaka. A type of pepper with a high sugar content. Minced date chicken stuffed with homemade chicken miso. All of the dishes were delicious, making the most of the flavor of the ingredients. That does look fantastic. Return to the hotel with its shining star emblem. Almost looks like a Texas star. Or a communist star, depending on what part of the world you're from. Lobby at night, less crowded. They basically said to stop worrying about long-form content, work on short-form so I can get more reach, so that my long-form can actually be seen. Probably a good call. Long-form content tends to do well on YouTube. You know, like... Oh. Executive Bar Lounge, with a beautiful view of the sparkling nightscape in Osaka. Yeah, this is definitely my scene here. This is... yeah. Yeah, I'm grabbing a drink here. Open 1600, 2200 hours. I need to go to Japan. I need to go back to Japan. And come hella high water, I will next year. Like small bites, sweets, aperitifs. And you could build another dinner off of all this. Like, no cameras, no anything, just me, myself, and maybe a specific person. Yes. Agreed. Oh, Ebisu beer? Ah, the premium malts! Yes, let's go! My favorite. Looks like a good wine selection there, too. Got some reds on the right, whites on the left. And you just press a button and, hey, out comes a pour. Italian wine, 2016. A German wine, and then French wines for the white wine. Or you can just have a coffee, or tea. But yeah, no, I'm actually going to probably take this React video that we're doing here and then just put it up on, ooh, Taka Pure Malt Whiskey, Absolute Vodka, Bombay Sapphire Gin. Absolute Vodka, I could take it or leave it, but ooh, that whiskey though. And Bombay Sapphire. Always a winner when it comes to gin. But yeah, more long-form content. I mean, this is probably going to take us like 30 minutes, 45 minutes to get through all of this. At maximum. And this will become a like a short video I put up on YouTube. Along with the VOD. But yeah, definitely clips. Clips. Lots of clips. Lots of funny clips. Or, you know, epic clips. Stuff where you, like, if you're playing Rocket League, you know, you do like a world record setting number of loop-de-loops in your car. How many times it flips over while it's midair. Or, you know, you capture some sort of game bug or something. It's like, whoa, look at that, chat. Wow. Can work on posting at least bi-daily. Yeah. It's one of those things that it's inertia. You definitely got to push volume and keep it going. Body in motion stays in motion. Body at rest stays at rest. That kind of thing. Oh, and our fireplace. Gorgeous fireplace. This is amazing. Oh, and champagne. Perfect. Soft, impactful lighting. High ceilings. A spacious space. I mean, as you do with an open space. Ah, and that chandelier. That's incredible. Like a million different strings of pearls. Or crystals. Oh, let's try out the night view. Whoa. Ooh. I'm enchanted too. That is incredible. Bath time! An open air bath. Whoa. Certified by the Guinness World Records as an infinity open air bath located 127.462 meters above ground. Yeah, with that view, bathing with that view in the background, hell yeah. Top floor of the hotel, there's the Sky Spa. And there's your laundry facilities. A fitness room. Though honestly, with all the walking you're going to be doing, not sure it's going to be needed. Still, nice to have. It's nice to have the choice. Yeah. Panoramic views of Osaka City. I'll work out to that. I happen to be rather blessed working in an office building that has a gym, and yeah, it's got skyline views. So hell yeah, I'm going to take advantage, especially since it's free because I work there. I personally do bench and squat a lot. Hey, you go here, you can bench and squat with panoramic views of the Osaka city skylines. Can't take any photos of the bathhouse because, you know, naked people. Infinity open air bath, not the infinity pool, was spectacular. Truly the best. We're just going to have to take the word on it for this one. Been to a lot of hotels. This was the most impressive view I've ever seen in an urban open air bath. I was so moved. Go and check it out. Not only are there open air bars and indoor bars, but there's also a permanent sauna. After improving your blood circulation in the sauna, you can also alternate between bathing and the cold bath. Yes, that is actually quite good for your health, I'm told. A wide range of facilities was also appealing. Got the ball rolling in my moving plan. Hey, that's fantastic, droid. Glittering night view, fluffy bed will lull you to sleep. Good night. Ah, good morning. See, told you. Waking up with that view. Mwah. Chef's kiss. Perfect. Great way to start the day. 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Breakfast. 17th floor. Let's go. Never shower with hot water if you have curly hair or damage it. Thankfully I don't have to worry about that. Though honestly, cold shower is supposed to be better for your metabolism anyway. Oh, fancy table reservation card. And look at that shot. Cranes up in the skyline, they're still building stuff as fast and as furiously as they can. Yeah, those are good seats. Taking some breakfast with that. Hell yeah. Also fruits and veggies, you got kiwis, you got your watermelons, grapes, pineapples, oranges, grapefruit, bananas. You got leafy greens for breakfast salad if, you know, you're into that sort of thing. And hey, there's corn and beans and little mini tomatoes and cucumbers. They got that too, and onions. And I don't know what those are, but hey, it's probably good for you. And hey, there's carrot shreds and peppers and guaso. I swear Japan is speedrunning technology. They have the 80% speedrun world record. I mean, that part of the world really is... They're not the only ones. The Koreans, the Chinese to an extent, the Taiwanese. Oh, boiled sausages, scrambled eggs. Yeah. Yakitori for breakfast. Yes, you can have it. And steamed vegetables. Local fruits and veg, count me in. Oh yeah, no, typically these are always made with local fruits and vegetables. Stuff that tends to be grown locally or within Japan somewhere. Variety of different soy sauces to choose from. And there's fruits and nuts and things for your yogurts. Or you can have a BLT. Or ham and cheese. Or red bean paste and butter. Wait, hold on. Dashimaki egg. This is the comforting... Oh, the Japanese comfort food corner. All right. Grated radish. Red perch with miso. It's like a grilled fish. Drink corner. Wonder what flavour the juice is. Well, we got orange juice. We got apple juice. Then looks like oolong tea over there. Yeah. And then fruit infused water. Hey, that's not a bad spread for breakfast. A little bit of everything. Breakfast is one of those meals that I tend to not be terribly adventurous on. I tend to prefer, especially when traveling, I tend to prefer, you know, bacon and eggs and toast and with butter or marmalade and just, you know, the typical fare. I guess call me a bit priggish, but I feel like I have to be sort of eased into my day, and palate's not quite ready to be exposed to something exotic yet. So with breakfast, we tend to stick with a more traditional fare than I'm used to, and then lunch and dinner and snacks, that's when I get more adventurous, but I tend to want to ease myself into all of that, especially when I'm on holiday. And but that said, the salad does look rather good. Actually, it all looks fantastic. Though if I am feeling a bit more in need of spice or something like that, I would definitely have something like a Spanish omelette. Ah, tea, coffee. Oh, the lounge terrace. And that view, my god. That does feel like a resort. Amazing. Decided to suppress my desire to relax here a little longer and checked out. So soon, you just got there. Makes you feel like a rich person. Though, for the price that they pay, it was like $177 a night. That's not terrible. For a rather posh hotel like that. That's... I mean, certainly cheaper than something like the Ritz-Carlton or the Four Seasons. Thank you for watching. Thank you! Sukiyaki Travel Japan. Alright, good. Already subscribed. We're giving that a like. We are giving that a like. And let's see, let's pause the music here from White Bat Audio. And we are going to... Let's make sure that's unmuted. There we are. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the old consoles like the Sega Genesis / Mega Drive, the Nintendo Entertainment System, or the Famicom, or its successor, the Super Famicom. But there was another console that tried to compete with a lot of the big names like Nintendo and Sega, and it's from SNK. And it was called the Neo Geo. And they were obsessed with one thing and one thing only. Finally bringing the arcade into the home. Which really was one of the mission statements for a lot of other consoles. The Neo Geo actually managed to pull it off. Let's take a look here. This is a long one. This is about an hour long.
In the 80s and 90s, there was a slogan that you could find everywhere in all advertisements for every gaming console. It was arcade at home. Unfortunately, that was rarely the case, even though some companies like Sega came close from time to time. We were far from having the same quality in home console games as in arcade halls. And that's understandable because these were two different worlds that had little in common. However, one console managed to pull off this crazy idea of bringing the arcade experience home, something that seemed unthinkable at the time. Here is the uncommon story of the Neo Geo, a console so mind-blowing. At its announcement, many thought it was a scam, yet it would go on to become one of the most unique consoles of its time.
The Neo Geo. Those big cartridges. Those things were bulky. They're kind of heavy too, if I remember right.
In the mid-70s, Eiichi Kawasaki, a Japanese businessman, acquires a bankrupt electronics company without a clear idea of what he'll do with it. He renames it Shin Nihon Kikaku, loosely translating to New Japanese Project or New Japanese Company. In April 1978, Space Invaders is released in Japan, becoming an exceptional success. Within months, 100,000 arcade cabinets are sold, with queues forming at every arcade, some opening exclusively with Space Invaders machines. The game's popularity is so immense that there are even stories of a shortage of 100 yen coins nationwide.
That's amazing, chat. I mean, can you imagine these days someone lining up for something like Space Invaders at an arcade, a cafe, um, or just lining up for any sort of big name title uh, that's available on the modern market? Anything like that? I I I can't. I mean, if you can think of something, then let me know. But it's like this is just a whole different world now, and it just seems so different.
Though this leans more toward myth than reality. Observing the substantial growth of the market, Kawasaki decides to add arcade game production and resale to the company's activities. Soon, they release their initial games, clones of popular titles. The first documented game is Micon Kit, a breakout clone, attracting limited attention. However, the company begins to showcase creativity with Yosaku, a relatively obscure game apparently based on Japanese song lyrics. It involves cutting trees while avoiding falling branches, an original concept for its time. Ozma Wars, a derivative of Space Invaders, follows, introducing
Probably would never be a big seller in the Western world, just because something like that, avoiding falling branches while trying to cut down trees, I don't know. We've seen the growth of a lot of niche types of games, so it could work. But yeah, early days of gaming, can't imagine that would have any sort of resonance with a Western audience.
multiple levels with different patterns. Despite running on the same machines as Space Invaders, the arcade cabinets sometimes struggle, resulting in occasional slowdowns.
Ah, the early days
Early
of
on,
gaming,
there's a clear
yes.
eagerness to push boundaries, even if it means going a bit overboard. Other games like Safari Rally bring in some money, providing the foundation for more significant projects. Soon after, Shin Nihon Kikaku shifts its focus exclusively to
Damn,
video
that was a
games,
gnarly crash.
abandoning
Let's see that
Shin
again.
Nihon Kikaku, the foundation for more significant projects. Soon after, Shin
Kaboom!
Nihon Kikaku shifts its focus exclusively to video games, abandoning other activities and designing the hardware for their arcade cabinets instead of just creating new games on existing machines. In 1981, they release a gaming pioneer, an arcade cabinet named Vanguard. Vanguard is one of the earliest scrolling shoot-'em-ups, allowing players to shoot in 4 different directions. It also integrates special chips for synthesized voices, quite impressive for its time. Quite impressive for its
Let's hear
time.
that again.
Vanguard is
We don't even think about stuff like this, but the idea of voice chips, that was huge in arcades, and the ability to produce even synthesized voices, or have some sort of recording of a voice actor saying something. Those were hard to do in the early days of arcade games, and even a lot of the home consoles. It got a bit easier with when they brought in optical media. So, the first CD-based type games, like your Mega CDs, and later on Sega Saturn, Sony PlayStation, that sort of thing. So it got a bit easier, but yeah, it in the 1980s and especially the 1970s was nearly unheard of. And point out another thing is that just as there was consoles that you had to choose from, and then specific types of cartridges to plug into those consoles to play games at home, it was very much the same way with arcade games. There would be an arcade sort of cabinet architecture, And then you would have lots of games based around that. That was sort of revolutionary for the time. It used to be that they would build a specific type of cabinet, um, and would have probably even a specific type of chipset for a certain type of game. And that started to move towards, okay, we've got, other types of hardware that we can put into different cabinets, and then all of a sudden you've got SNK coming up with rather novel ideas like what we'll see here shortly.
Considered a precursor to later genre revolutionizing games like R-Type and Gradius. Although not developed exclusively in-house, the company collaborates with an enigmatic entity named Tose, known for creating games for major companies without receiving due credit. Vanguard becomes a massive
Silent
success in
partner.
Japan, prompting Century, a company in the US, to license and distribute the game. It performs exceptionally well in the US, allowing Century to surpass their annual profit projection in a single month. To avoid
Speech with a purpose. When Vanguard speaks, it makes sense. Cute sayings from a game are well cute, but they quickly become annoying to a serious player. Vanguard's voice, from its cheerful bon voyage to its booming congratulations, truly aids a player. Its warnings of danger and announcement of new zones adds just another dimension to this truly revolutionary game. Man, they're having to lay it on thick for this one. Even the taunting laughter of the enemy Chemless in the bleak zone is designed to raise the level of awareness and intensity of competition. Yeah, definitely laying it on thick here. Century Inc. This is out of Hialeah, Florida, and Banner Games of Philadelphia.
licensing agreements for U.S. distribution, Shin Nihon Kikaku establishes a U.S. branch called SNK Electronics Corporation, later becoming SNK Corporation of America, responsible for localizing games developed by the Japanese team. In the early 80s, the proliferation of clones continues, with copies emerging for every successful game, be it Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Tron, Galaga, Frogger, Dig Dug, Defender, Joust, or Tempest. Some companies specialize in cloning successful games and releasing cheaper, often bug-ridden versions. The arcade industry, which had evolved rapidly until then, faces a downturn. So many arcades are not updating their cabinets, still featuring games from several years prior, like Space Invaders, now 4 years old in 1982. This global trend contributes to a decline in the video game industry. On the console front, the Atari 2600, dominating the American market, also shows signs of fatigue, with
A lot of people don't even remember that. A lot of us are too young to remember that. But yeah, 1983 was a year where the game industry absolutely just melted down. And people honestly believed back then that video games were a passing fad at that point, and that they would never be what they once were, that they would never um, be as popular ever again. It's just like, oh well, it's had its day in the sun, so let's move on to other things. Um, it shows, yeah, well, they were quite wrong on that, Rosso. They were. Um, yes, because only a few years later, Nintendo came roaring back with the Famicom or the NES, which they honestly, I think, if I remember right, in order to get American distribution, they could not sell it as a video game console. They had to sell it as something else entirely. What that was, I don't know, but they department stores and FAO Schwartz and a lot of big retailers in America, they just had absolutely no faith. And it's like, look, 2 years ago, the entire business melted down. We're not taking a chance on something like this again, unless you can, unless of course we can sell it as something else that might have some traction, and they did. And then finally, they got the people comfortable enough to start, making investments in the distribution of video games, of consoles and titles and everything else.
declining sales and a tarnished reputation due to some scandals involving sexually explicit or violent games. To address these issues, Warner Brothers, who owns Atari, pays $25 million to secure the video game adaptation for an upcoming blockbuster, a
Oh,
certain
Lord.
E.T. Atari was owned by Warner Brothers, one of its major shareholders, and they wanted a game to coincide with the release of the film. Ray Kasser, Atari's CEO, recalls, "I asked Warner when we should release the E.T. game, and they said Christmas 1982. It was July 23rd. I replied to Warner that it takes 6 months to make a game, and it was impossible. He said, well, you have to figure something out because I promised Spielberg the game would be on the shelves for Christmas. So we had 6 weeks to conceive a completely new game, develop it, manufacture it, package it, and sell it. It was a disaster." E.T. was released in late '82 in a dismal state, quickly gaining a reputation as one of the worst games ever created,
Still
following the
is.
disastrous adaptation of Pac-Man on the same console. With clones, sexually explicit and violent games, and poorly made titles, consumers' trust in video games plummeted. On December 7, 1983, Atari, which had invested heavily and projected a 50% revenue increase in 1983, announced a revised forecast, scaling it down to only 15%. Atari had invested a total of $125 million in the game, yielding only $22 million in returns. The video game world went into panic mode. Publicly traded companies saw their stocks plummet. Many Japanese companies that had recently opened American subsidiaries, such as Namco, Bandai, or Shin Nihon Kikaku, faced significant challenges and canceled numerous new game projects. Arcade shifted focus to pinball
That's
or
a
new types
damn
of games,
shame.
offering fewer video games. Some companies, like Mattel, which had released its own console, completely abandoned the video game industry. Many companies declared bankruptcy, marking what is known today as the video game crash. However, in Japan, this downturn didn't last long, thanks to the release of new consoles that had a promising start. Sega's SG-1000, the first version of the Master System, and Nintendo's Famicom. Sega's SG-1000,
Look at this chat. Some of you might not recognize this.
the
Maybe you do with the controller.
first version of the Master System, and Nintendo's Famicom.
The Famicom is what would eventually become the Nintendo Entertainment System. It's a much smaller console in Japan. The controls are hardwired, and they even dock on the sides of the console itself. Well, the rest of the world got something quite different. Bigger, bulkier console. Front slot loading rather than a top-loading console. Even the cartridges were different. Different circuit boards, different everything. Famicom cartridges are much smaller, much more compact. Other big differences: the Famicom eventually got its own disk system. So you had Nintendo games that were being put on floppy disks. They even had one of the first versions of online gaming with a modem that could be plugged into the expansion slot on the Famicom. It was amazing. It really started to live up to its name of the family computer.
The Japanese equivalent to the NES. The Famicom sold exceptionally well, impressing with its intelligent design, graphics a step above the Atari 2600, and contemporary consoles, ergonomic controllers with a D-pad, and impressive games like pinball, golf, Donkey Kong, or the first Mario Brothers. Its release, coupled with popular arcade games...
Yeah, that was another thing, is that the controls, the select and start buttons, only available on the Player 1 controller. Player 2 had a microphone and some sort of dial or slider to control volume. Not sure what they used the microphone for, though.
Games like Kung Fu Master, Pole Position, or Astron Belt gradually allowed the Japanese video game industry to quickly recover from the crash. Japanese companies quickly regained momentum, including Shin Nihon Kikaku, which had some small success like Mad Crashers in 1984 and Alpha Mission in 1985, slowly gaining recognition. Though remaining relatively obscure to the general public, two games would completely change that. In 1985, the NES was released in the US, and Super Mario Bros. Launched in Japan and the US, helping revitalize the video game industry while reinventing modern platformers. After the console's sales explosion, many companies turned to Nintendo for licensing adaptations of their arcade games, including Shin Nihon Kikaku, which even opened a second American subsidiary, responsible for adapting arcade games into NES titles. In 1986, Shin Nihon Kikaku officially renamed itself SNK and released Athena, a visually appealing platform action game that impressed with a slight RPG element with lots of items to collect and use. This
Wow.
coincided with the period
That's come a long way from something like Mario Brothers. That looks really good, actually.
when Japan discovered and became passionate about RPGs, with the release of Dragon Quest in April of the
Yeah,
same year.
JRPGs,
But its
let's
success
go.
was nothing compared to a new game they would release that same year, Akari Warriors, an action game set in a war, enjoyed enormous success. It was the third highest grossing arcade game of 1986.
Honestly, they could have renamed that Rambo, the video game, and it probably would have sold rather well. Could even have shelled out to have Sylvester Stallone have his picture on the side of the cabinets.
Whether in Japan or the US, and would be a catalyst for the upcoming trend of war-themed action games like Contra, which would follow the next year. Akari Warriors brought SNK into the spotlight, legitimizing it as an innovative and talented company of that era. And starting in 1987, arcade games rapidly evolved thanks to the integration of new processors, including the Motorola 68000. With the idea of incorporating voices
That's
into
a fun
games,
game.
SNK releases a video game called Psycho Soldier, nicknamed the singing video game at the time because SNK had the idea of integrating a song directly into the gameplay. Listen to this. It stood out significantly as,
That's
at the
cute.
time, arcade games had aggressive sounds and effects, and having a song like that softened that aspect, making it unique. Meanwhile, arcade game adaptations for the
There's such a stark contrast, all of that action, all of the explosions and everything else, and then all of a sudden you hear sweet Japanese girls singing a song to you, singing a J-pop song. Sort of, really, really does take the edge off, I think. Man, these are really taking me back. I know. But it's the same for me, Rosso. This is almost, 1990. Yeah, we are getting into my childhood here. As a kid of both the late 80s and of the 90s, this is stuff we grew up on.
NES are a massive hit, and these games are not only raking in a ton of money, but also cost very little to produce. The console is selling like hotcakes, prompting SNK to start developing games exclusively for the system, something unimaginable just a few years ago, and these SNK exclusive games also bring in a decent amount of cash. Then in late 87, NEC teams up with Hudson to release the PC Engine,
Oh, the
a revolutionary
PC Engine.
console that is
In the US and UK, we got this as the TurboGrafx 16, but I mean, it was basically the same thing. They had these thin plastic cards that were cartridges, and they had the game data on them, and you played a game. I think they only supplied you with like one controller at first, and I don't know if they ever had any like 2-player games. Spectre, hello, good to see you. I think Konami eventually bought NEC, and so they've got the rights to all of the PC Engine titles. I actually have somewhere in storage a PC Engine Mini. When all of the everybody was going on with the going on about the mini console craze. Started with the Nintendo Mini. Well, there were some other ones. There was the Genesis and Mega Drive Minis, and I think there were also, I know they also had a PC Engine Mini, which was actually kind of cool because you could switch between the offerings that were made available for the TurboGrafx 16 and in the US and UK and Europe, and then you also had certain offerings that were Japan only for for the PC engine. Hang on, lost my place. There we are.
In Japan. Sega introduces the Mega Drive in Japan and swiftly brings it to the United States under the name Genesis, managing to hold its own. A wave of change
Genesis
sweeps through
does
the console scene,
what
transforming
Nintendo
it
don't.
into a much more lucrative market than the arcade halls. Naturally, all of this sparks ideas at SNK.
Don't mind me overheating, Lamau. Oh, time for the cold plunge.
1987, Capcom releases Street Fighter in Japanese arcades, and the game launches reasonably well. However, something bothers players: the controls, managed by a joystick and 2 buttons, where the characters perform stronger moves the harder you press the buttons. The gameplay is exhausting, and the controls are somewhat unpredictable. To address this, Capcom replaces the controls with a joystick and 6 buttons, 3 for kicks, 3 for punches, with light, medium, and heavy variations. This becomes a huge success, prompting Capcom to quickly export it outside of Japan and adapt it to
I know that with the PlayStation 2, when it first came out, video game publications were just in awe of the fact that Sony had buttons on the D-pad and the X, circle, triangle, square buttons that you could either press on them gently to do something, with a softer touch, or you could really hit them hard, and you would do something a bit more aggressively. Like with Metal Gear Solid 2, if you slowly, gently release the square button, instead of firing your weapon, you can just holster it or bring it back down. So that was... I'm guessing, though, that for the 1990s, tech like that just wasn't quite ready for prime time. So, yeah, understandable that they would feel just absolutely exhausted, players would, playing the original Street Fighter with that. Yeah, being in the cold plunge doesn't do anything. Oh, no.
various platforms. Street Fighter stands out from the myriad of shoot-'em-ups and racing games populating arcades. To give you an idea, among the top 10 highest-grossing arcade games in Japan that year, 7 were shoot-'em-ups and 2 were racing games. Street Fighter brings something different, successfully capturing players' attention, and becomes one of the most profitable arcade games of 1988. On SNK's side, the game is highly appreciated, and they are actively searching for its creator with the intention of recruiting him. They eventually find Takashi Nishiyama, the game designer of Kung Fu Master, one of the first successful beat-em-ups before he was recruited by Capcom to produce new games, including Street Fighter. SNK attempts to recruit him, but Nishiyama refuses because of his close relationships with other employees and the CEO who personally recruited him. SNK persists. They offer him a dream position, complete creative freedom, and a supervisory role. Nishiyama isn't entirely pleased with the direction Capcom has taken, leading an entire team and constantly being pushed into a producer role instead of supervising multiple games. His strained relationship with his direct superior ultimately prompts him to leave Capcom and join SNK. Around the late 80s, Nintendo introduces Play Choice 10 arcade cabinets. These cabinets allow players to try out 10 different NES games on the same machine. For Nintendo, it serves as a way to advertise.
That is wild. It seems hard to believe these days that Nintendo is actually in the cabinet arcade business. And yeah, at one point, a lot of NES games were available as arcade games. Even like the original Super Mario Brothers. It seems almost wild. The same sort of game that you would play at home, you'd go to an arcade and you might actually find Super Mario Brothers and just keep feeding it coins and play Super Mario at the arcade. Well, yeah, that's how it was back in those days.
Advertise the NES directly to consumers, earn some money, and maintain a presence in arcades. While Nintendo might not be the first to introduce such a concept, several other arcade cabinets with similar features emerged soon after, allowing players to experience multiple games in a single cabinet. Nishiyama, who has recently joined SNK, has an idea that takes this concept even further: the creation of an arcade cabinet with interchangeable cartridges, similar to what is done with game consoles. But where does this idea come from? On a console, it makes sense as it is user-friendly and facilitates game sales. However, in an arcade setting, it seems a bit unusual since the goal is to create and sell cabinets to make money. But on the flip side, it allows for the sale of multiple games and offers several titles on a single cabinet, a feature that arcade owners greatly appreciate.
Yeah.
In an era where the video game market is booming, the space available in the arcade is the only limitation preventing arcades from making more money.
Space is at a premium, especially with arcades. And a lot of places, the space for an arcade game or games is sort of an afterthought. And they're not willing to invest a whole lot of space for a whole row of cabinets. So the idea that they could just have one single cabinet and just rotate out game cartridges to have different games, works in the home console market. They're basically just taking the home console idea and porting it over to the arcade.
It's worth noting that during this time, when arcades wanted to offer a new game, they had to purchase or lease a new cabinet for each game, making it a costly affair. While there were occasional
these things are expensive. They still are today. I mean, I have no idea what an old version of what do we have here? Galaga or Space Invaders, anything like that goes for. I mean, I imagine we must be talking about something that's at least several $100s, maybe even into the thousands. Shit gets expensive, man. So the idea you've got one game cabinet platform and swap out multiple games. Yeah, if you're an arcade owner, you love that.
Such as cabinets that could be rethemed and programmed differently for a different game, it was not the norm and involved significant effort. What Nishiyama proposes is that arcades can purchase a single cabinet and then the game cartridges they're interested in, much cheaper, obviously.
It's brilliant.
And allows for quick adaptation to what the players want. He got this idea because in China or South America, selling arcade cabinets is challenging due to rampant piracy and cloning. Consequently, arcades in these regions order very few cabinets. However, being able to order them just once and subsequently ordering only the games makes the whole process significantly cheaper, potentially benefiting these markets.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover, the other significant advantage is offering a more expensive cabinet for sale, which means incorporating powerful hardware, much more advanced than the competition, which has to sell a new cabinet for each game. But if this is such a good idea, why didn't anyone do it before, despite some timid attempts? Well, for several reasons. Firstly, it's challenging to design the technical aspect of an arcade cabinet that would work for many different games, because technology evolves rapidly during this era. In just over 2 years, we've transitioned from Driving Force to Outrun. Designing a cabinet for multiple...
That's the difference 2 years makes. Driving Force, which just looks like a Fisher-Price approach to things, and then the beautiful and gorgeous Outrun. It's brilliant.
Years is a risk, as it might quickly become technologically obsolete. Secondly, there's the issue of controls. In arcades, each game could offer different controls, with some incredible cabinets pushing the simulation further, like Sega's Hang-On, where controls are handled through a motor...
Oh, yeah. Hang on, let's back up.
...simulation further.
Yeah, Hang-On and Super Hang-On, they had versions where you basically mount up on the thing like you're riding a motorcycle, but they've also got the upright standing version. This has got the motorcycle steering controls. I've actually played on the upright type before, and yeah, it's fun. I can't remember. I know I've played some motorcycle racing games that were the ride-on types. Those were also really fun. Full progress of gaming has been quite the interesting ride, yeah. Incredible how far everything has come in 30, 40 years.
Like Sega's Hang-On, where controls are handled through a motorcycle handlebar. Having the same cabinet for multiple games limits the type of games available. Designing an arcade cabinet for multiple games and multiple years is a risky gamble,
King
but one that
Panzer, hello,
SNK
hello.
is willing to take. As a result, they enlist the help of Alpha Denshi, sometimes referred to as ADK, which has a similar system. Together, they conceive a monstrous arcade cabinet. At that time, Sega's Outrun is considered really impressive, being one of the first 16-bit arcade cabinets. And the difference is striking. However, SNK designs a cabinet they describe as 24-bit. Technically, 24 bits doesn't make much sense. It's a 16-bit cabinet with an additional 8-bit processor, usually handling the sound, and notably features impressive proprietary graphics chips,
It's
much more
marketing.
advanced than what's seen elsewhere at that time.
The 24 bits is basically marketing hype. It's still it's still effectively a 16-bit console with, I guess the equivalent of a turbocharger or twin turbo, like what you would have on a car.
The design process took almost 2 years to find the right balance and architecture, but by the early 90s, they complete the design of the cabinet, naming it the Neo Geo Multi-Video System. Why Neo Geo? Where does this name come from? H.G. Kawasaki explains,
all right.
The name Neo Geo comes from the spirit that prevailed at SNK at the time. Neo Geo means new frontier in Latin. When we developed this system, we solicited a few suggestions internally, and one of our developers proposed the name Neo Geo. We were trying to promote our new system in arcades, and we found the name perfect. Strangely,
They really put a lot of thought into names. I think if I would ever name a product or a service or maybe even a company, I'd probably want to consult a team from Japan because they're so clever about coming up with things like that. Luna Wolf, hello, hello. Rex, Curiosity, did you take slight inspiration from Yakuza on the new model? It's possible. I think there's a very heavy K-pop influence on this one, but this is actually a modified model that is pre-made. It was pointed out to me by a friend, Lorelei Chow, and I had some modifications that I wanted to make on it that Midas and Verena were very kind to help me make, to where we have what you see here.
An album of the same name by Ryuichi Sakamoto was released in the late 80s, and it was popular in Japan just before SNK registered the trademark. But during the design of the interchangeable cartridge arcade cabinet, they realized that they're essentially designing a game console. Nishiyama then introduces the idea of a console version of the arcade cabinet. Remember, the Genesis has just been released in the United States, with Sega repeating that its console is the arcade at home, which isn't entirely true. Despite Sega's substantial work on arcade game adaptations, the gap between the two is apparent, but commercially, Sega's approach seems to be working. There's also the PC Engine, with Hudson's developers working wonders, and some arcade adaptations are excellent, like R-Type, which is genuinely impressive. But SNK can go even further with their arcade cabinet and turn it into a true console with a seamless arcade-to-console adaptation. But in the late 80s, the Japanese economy collapses due to the bursting of a speculative bubble. While the 80s were a golden decade with Japanese citizens having significant purchasing power, much of which was allocated to entertainment. One of the reasons why the Japanese video game market is so big at that time, and the success of the Famicom. But suddenly, the Japanese have much less money to allocate to such entertainments. However, on the flip side, hundreds of thousands of people lose their jobs at the same time and struggle to find new ones. Consequently, some of these adults find themselves with much more free time and start frequenting arcades, returning almost every day. Some even go as far as directly buying arcade cabinets from wholesalers because it's cheaper than playing daily, and the phenomenon gains momentum. In fact, many people still had a lot.
There's an idea. Just buy the thing from a wholesaler. Mainly saying because of the attire and face and hair. Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot of K-pop influence on this one, I think. But cool. Hope you well. I'm doing all right, Luna. Hope you're doing all right too.
A lot of money saved up after this golden decade, but no employment, resulting in decent purchasing power and a lot of free time. Seeing this, SNK thinks they could design a
Gosh, that sounds
console
almost like
that
an
sits
early
between
retirement.
arcade cabinets and traditional consoles, allowing players to enjoy arcade games at home without any compromises. SNK then begins
Yeah, I'm all
designing
good.
a
Good,
console
good.
that would use the hardware of the arcade cabinet, a console aimed at adults with a design much more mature than other consoles, which tend to have a more childlike design, notably the Famicom. But SNK struggled to find an appropriate form that sets it apart from other consoles and doesn't look out of place in an adult's living room. Toshiyuki Nakai, who worked at SNK during this period and participated in the console's design, says, "Our first design concept was, let's make something that looks cool. Many game consoles of that time had a rather childish design, similar to a toy."
That's true. Well, especially with the Nintendo consoles. The Sega consoles had a bit of an edge to them and were a little more, I don't know, shall we call them funky fresh? Um, Darker color schemes. And honestly, it seems like they got a lot more inspiration, SNK did, from Sega than anyone else. Nintendo's consoles, yes, absolutely. They look like children's toys. But the Sega? The Genesis and the Mega Drive, yeah, those. Maybe not the Mark III so much, but everything from like the Master System onward, yeah, those had almost like a quality of that was something you put on a shelf with your hi-fi system. At least that's the impression I always got.
We wanted to create something that no one had seen before, a console with a simple and luxurious look. For this, a question quickly arose about the color of the console.
Got some important news. If you're going to be in VC tonight, I'll let you know. Yeah, I might be. We might be having a bit of a watch party later on, a bit of a hangout. I don't have to be at work tomorrow. I'm taking the day off. Yeah, yeah. Let me know.
Nowadays, there is a lot of multimedia equipment with metallic colors, but at that time, black was the most common color.
Yes.
Therefore, we chose black for the Neo Geo, so that it wouldn't look strange next to other audiovisual equipment in a living room. Black was also the cheapest color to use, and that was also a reason.
Yeah. The idea of like black or gray or something like that on everything from all sorts of electronics, from television sets to VCRs and Betamax players, to hi-fi equipment like your stereo receivers and turntables and cassette decks. Everything that you would find in a living room. All of that is the reason of so much of that was always black or gray. Was those were the cheapest colors to manufacture and use. A lot of that stuff came in by default as black, or it was one of the cheapest dyes that they could have for plasticky bits. And the grays were designed to sort of mimic a lot of like metal parts, because they still used a lot of metal back then in a lot of electronic components. I think the 70s into the 80s, as the 80s went on, you started to see a transition away from wood or faux wood accents, kind of moving away from that. Although I will say there was a lot of electronics manufacturers are able to do that rather tastefully. I kind of miss it, to be honest. My PC is black, seeing as my dad painted my room white, the black pops out. Yes, yes. Very masculine, too. A lot of masculine spaces tend to be very monochromatic. We men tend to prefer our blacks and whites and greys and very little in between, with maybe some stark splashes of color.
SNK gives the console a sleek, somewhat futuristic look.
That does look rather, yeah. Even today, that's still, for a 30-year-old console, That still absolutely looks cutting edge. I mean, it looks like something they might even try to sell today. Yeah, that's... Gosh, it looks brilliant. That does look like something you could put in a hi-fi system. And I imagine, though, out of all of the consoles, the Nintendo consoles, Sega with the Genesis and Mega Drive, and then PC Engine, and then TurboGrafx 16, as it's called elsewhere, and then the Neo Geo. Neo Geo is almost like the audiophile grade version of game consoles.
Quickly appeals to employees. Intended for playing arcade games, they equip it with a joystick and 4 buttons. A stark contrast.
Yeah. That's your controller there, chat, for the Neo Geo. It is almost as big as the console itself. 4 buttons, select start, and a joystick. Compared to Sega and Nintendo that had fairly compact controllers, especially Nintendo. Neo Geo went entirely the opposite direction.
Contrast to the controllers of other consoles, all of which are based on the Famicom's design, which was conceived for console games, not arcade games. SNK makes no compromises. This console is technically monstrous, well above the Super Famicom that is arriving and already promising a significant technological leap, and well above Sega's Mega Drive, which is also based on arcade hardware. The console also features a memory card slot that allows players to play.
Memory cards with game consoles were fairly unknown. I mean, it was practically unheard of. I think SNK was probably one of the first to make use of a memory card. Before that, it was all password-based saves. Or occasionally with cartridges like Sonic 3, you had memory that was built right into the chipset.
Play in arcades, save their progress, and continue the game on the console afterward.
That's why they did it. That's why they did it. That's why they came out with a memory card system for the Neo Geo. You could actually buy the memory cards in game shops and electronic stores and make use of them on SNK hardware in the arcades, save your progress there, and then if you had the console at home, or if you had the cartridge at home, you plug that in, plug in your memory card, and off you go, continuing where you left off.
An innovative idea marking the very first time a game console incorporates a memory card, predating Sony's PlayStation, which would later standardize it. In the early 90s, the console is finalized simultaneously
Beat them by
with the
about 5
arcade
years, I
cabinet
think.
and is named the Neo Geo AES, where AES stands for Advanced Entertainment System. Even though the market seems saturated with existing consoles, NES, Mega Drive, all the variations and extensions of the PC Engine, and despite the intense
Yeah, the PC Engine did not just stop with this little cartridge reader. There was a whole docking station that they came out with that had an optical drive for CD-ROMs, so you could slot in your PC Engine into the docking station with the PC Engine CD, and yeah, you had this whole system coming up where you could play games on cartridge, where you could play more advanced titles on CD-ROM.
promotion and crazy anticipation surrounding the Super Nintendo, SNK is gearing up to launch simultaneously with the arcade cabinet and the most powerful console in history. Throughout the console's development, SNK faced a significant challenge. They needed games to launch with the console to showcase its technical capabilities. SNK is a modest company, far from having the resources to manage both the design of such a unique console and the development of games simultaneously. This period became extremely challenging for the employees. Toshiyuki Nakai recounts, The console's design and the development of launch games were a very challenging period. Trying to meet all of these very short release deadlines was really stressful. Since we were short on time, we split the team into two, a development team and a testing team. We operated on 24-hour development cycles, with one team working during the day and another working throughout the night. We used the company's meeting room as a place to sleep, and if you didn't find a spot early enough, it became even more challenging. It was tough for the development teams, but also for the marketing and promotion teams, who were understaffed. It was challenging for everyone.
Man, having to take a salaryman approach to game design like that? Sleeping in a conference room? Having to fight for a spot to sleep in the said conference room? That's nutter.
In January, we had to organize events and presentations. Then in April, there were game releases that couldn't be delayed. It was a hellish schedule. And of course, we didn't have holidays for the New Year. I vividly remember eating my New Year's meal in a bento box at work.
That's sad. That's just sad. I'm sorry. But, I mean, they made history. Gotta give them that.
After an intense period for the entire company, 5 games were developed in parallel with the Neo Geo and would constitute its lineup. Top Players Golf, a comprehensive golf game surpassing others in the market. Baseball Stars Professional, a stunning baseball game. Mahjong Kyaretsuden, a mahjong game, considering that mahjong games held significant importance in Japan, especially for attracting a slightly older audience. Nam 1975, a third-person shooter graphically impressive, and Magician Lord, a platformer regarded as the best launch title. What quickly becomes apparent from this lineup is how diverse it is in terms of game types, offering 5 entirely different games, and more importantly, these games are clearly aimed at a more mature audience, emphasizing sports, mahjong, a shooter, and even the platform game with a much darker universe than those seen on other consoles.
Yeah, this is definitely not kiddie stuff.
The Neo Geo was presented at the end of January in Japan, and then in February 1990 at the Japanese Amusement Expo, a massive trade show where arcade innovations are showcased. SNK presented both the Neo Geo MVS arcade cabinet and the Neo Geo AES console. It quickly caught the attention of industry professionals who were completely won over by the idea of an arcade cabinet with interchangeable cartridges and multiple games included. SNK emphasized that a new game would cost half as much as a new arcade cabinet. However, the console itself was not widely discussed because SNK positioned it as a rental console for bars, hotels, and restaurants, not as something sold to the general public. Some journalists were skeptical, thinking it was a bluff by SNK, believing that a console could never be compatible with arcade games. In March 1990, the Neo Geo makes its debut outside Japan at the American Coin Machine Exposition, showcasing several impressive games. Once again, it leaves a significant impact. Arcade owners, recognizing a fantastic opportunity, decide to place orders. The console and games also garner attention for their advanced features compared to the competition. SNK follows a similar strategy for the console, announcing it for professional rental. While some express interest in the technical prowess, there are skeptics who wonder if it might be a bluff from SNK. SNK heavily invests in Neo Geo's promotion, introducing a masked mascot named G-Mantle. This character, resembling popular figures like the Iron Mask from the Japanese series The Three Musketeers anime, or the character Mantero from a popular Japanese series at that time, G-Mantle adds a mysterious aura to the Neo Geo brand. He appears on flyers and during events, contributing to the brand's enigmatic image.
That looks like some creepy pasta right there.
The arcade cabinet hits Japan in April 1990 and quickly becomes a massive success, establishing itself as the most profitable and popular arcade machine. Players appreciate the option to choose from multiple high-quality games. And
look at those cartridges. Those things are massive. It's like they're plugging in books or something. And they can plug in 4 of those. Incredible.
SNK's investment pays off immediately, propelling the company to the forefront of the Japanese arcade market. The Neo Geo MVS sees similar success in the United States upon its August 1990 release. It becomes ubiquitous, generating substantial revenue for SNK. From this point forward, we are going to focus on the console, which experiences a more eventful life cycle. When referencing the Neo Geo, it will specifically denote the console. In Japan, the console is initially released in hotels, bars, and restaurants, attracting significant demand.
Classy
There are
places.
even Japanese gamers that visit these establishments just to play the console, since it's cheaper than playing in arcades. Subsequently, SNK introduces a rental program for individuals through arcades and specialized stores. Many Japanese players rent the console, captivated by its technological superiority, high-quality games, and the opportunity to experience arcade-level gaming at home.
The idea of renting a console, I mean, we've heard, those of us who are old enough to remember, you could rent video game titles, but the idea of renting an entire console, that very rare, we'll put it that way.
SNK decides to release the console.
I remember with several American video rentals, video rental shops, there were some that had whole consoles available to that you could take home. Trouble is, they always wanted a security deposit of what was roughly the price of a brand new console. So to rent the console, you not only had to pay the rental price, but you also had to basically pay for a console if anything happened. So not too many people took them up on that because, you know, at that rate, if you've got that much money, you may as well go out and buy the console, which I think a lot of people did.
Sold to the general public in early July 1991 in Japan, albeit at a steep price of 60,000 yen, 3 times more expensive than the Mega Drive. Despite the high cost, initial sales are good, meeting the anticipated demand. American magazines quickly pick up on the buzz, presenting this formidable console as light years ahead of the competition, describing it as mind-boggling, with the ability to display 380 sprites on screen simultaneously, 5 times more than the Mega Drive or PC Engine, and twice the color display capacity of Nintendo's anticipated Super Nintendo. The hope is that the console will eventually make its way to the United States. In June 1990 at the CES, the Neo Geo was presented only to professionals away from public view in a rather discreet manner. The fortunate few journalists who had the chance to try it out came away astonished. The machine's performance is incredible. The June 1990 CES had a strong emphasis on portable consoles, featuring the Game Boy, Lynx, and Turbo Express, so the Neo Geo, already surpassing other home consoles, left a lasting impression after testers had spent time with Game Boy games. Unfortunately, it was not presented publicly. It remained confidential, which was not a promising sign. Why didn't SNK showcase the console publicly or announce it outside of Japan? The American subsidiary of SNK wasn't convinced by the console, thinking it's too expensive. In Japan, thanks to the economic context and the thriving reputation of arcades, the Neo Geo made sense and found its place. However, in the United States, the situation was entirely different. The economic context was catastrophic, entering a recession, and the purchasing power of households is too low to afford such an expensive console. Historically, outside Japan, consoles targeted a younger audience, and a demographic that couldn't afford such an expensive console. However, SNK Japan firmly...
Yeah. Usually, consoles in North America would cost about, $200 US back in those days. Maybe $150. And then slowly they started creeping up towards $300, $400. And Yeah, nowadays, if you want to get a PlayStation 5, you're looking at what? $500 at least?
Firmly believed in its success, encouraged by its modest success in Japan, and pressured the American branch to release the console, at least to give it a try. This back and forth lasted for weeks. SNK announced the console in the United States, then retracted the announcement. The announced release date passed without the console hitting the shelves, but SNK America noticed that the console was being directly imported from Japan by some stores, with a few units selling here and there. Ultimately, SNK America gave in and announced the console for the end of 1990 in the United States.
Yeah, that's already off to a bad start. You don't announce it, then retract the announcement, and then give in when all of a sudden grey market importers are just, it's like, well, screw you, we'll have it imported anyway. So yeah, but it looks like they're showing off some old articles about these, about the game prices and everything else. I think I might have missed if they mentioned how much the price was for the actual console itself. Hang on.
They took a cautious approach, producing only a tiny number of consoles and games, selling them slowly, which significantly limited.
Yeah, here we go. Neo Geo console has been knocking vidiots out in Japan, and some US game distributors have already been selling these Japanese systems at a street price of $550. Back in the 90s, that was an astonishing amount of money. That includes a system unit and one controller. Japanese game carts run between $250 and $300. So 2 game carts for these, and you could buy another Neo Geo. I mean, yeah, I think it's already starting to look a bit bleak for them. The Neo Geo Green system, yeah, $400 for system unit, one controller.
The investment in economic.
$599. You can purchase the Neo Geo Gold system, which consists of
Ultimately, SNK America gave in.
the system, 2 controllers, and 1 game, either NUM 75 or Baseball Stars Professional. US versions will also include an RF converter in addition to audio-video sockets. Yeah, that was the other thing, is that back then they didn't really go in for the whole RCA cables. You had to use an RF converter. So you had to bypass your antenna connection to make that work. Japanese packages do not have the converters. Game carts max out at $199. Jesus. $200 for a game cartridge. Now you see why I call this the audiophile console of game consoles.
And announced the console for the end of 1990 in the United States. They took a cautious approach, producing only a tiny number of consoles and games, selling them slowly, which significantly limited the investment and economic risks. It arrived in the United States at the end of 1990 in a package containing 2 controllers and a game of choice at the staggering price of $600.
Jesus.
In 1990, $600 is equivalent to $1,400 today.
Oh my
It's an
God.
astronomical price. The games also cost $200 of the time, equivalent to
$450 today. That's eye-watering. Oh my God. Oh, no wonder they didn't last very long. Jesus. This was unthinkable even back then. Oh my God. Hi, Dragon Warrior. Welcome in. What's happening? Not much. We're taking a look at a documentary about the Neo Geo and its whole inception and bringing it to market. Literally brought the arcade to the home. It was about the only console that could pull it off. But as you can see here, at great cost, this came out in 1990, and adjusted for inflation, the entire console itself cost about $1,400, And game cartridges for this were $450 back then. Or, $600 in 1990, $200 for cartridges.
Each. SNK fully embraced this. The console was a luxury item, not designed for the mass
Yeah,
market,
at that price,
but
that
for
is a
niche
luxury
players
item.
who wanted quality, regardless of the price. The reason the games were so expensive was because they were massive cartridges with huge memory for that time. Several dozens of megabits for launch games. That's more than most Mega Drive games.
Jesus, 62 megabits versus 4 megabits for a Mega Drive console. Cartridge. Whoops. God damn. I know, right?
From the same era, resulting in more expensive but richer games. Its American release stunned players worldwide, garnering attention in many countries. Gamers drooled over this console and its games, which were more advanced than the competition. The Neo Geo became a dream for millions of players, most of whom were still using 8-bit consoles like the NES. For many, the shock was intense. It seemed to come from another world. In the United States, a rental system was put in place, allowing many players to try out this monster. Similar to the PC Engine, in Europe some independent resellers started importing it, like in France, where the Neo Geo became available through Guillemot International, a company owned by the founders and leaders of Ubisoft, the Guillemot brothers. They brought the console to France by the end of 1990, where it quickly gained a great reputation as the ultimate but also an unattainable console, with prices even higher due to importing. A rental system was also established here, but retailers simply refused it. Renting a console was not common in France. They opted to sell it, significantly limiting the number of people who could try the console.
Yeah, the idea of the idea of renting a console is just so foreign to a lot of Western people, a lot of people in the West. We're happy to rent games, but consoles, it's be like, rent a VCR, rent a television set, rent a cable box. It's like, no, you want to own it.
Unlike the PC Engine, which seemed to appeal to a larger audience, the Neo Geo was distributed all over Europe, albeit in limited quantities, highlighting its recognition and renown. But this is just the beginning of a console with a tumultuous history and a Japanese rivalry that will change everything.
Rivalry for the belt.
The year 1991 began with a promotional campaign for the Neo Geo.
Hang on a minute, what's this saying?
The year
If you're still playing Sega, NEC, or Nintendo, you're nothing but a weenie. If you're playing the incredibly high-powered Neo Geo system, you're a real hot dog.
1991 began with a promotional campaign for the Neo Geo in the United States, featuring a wildly popular advertisement that showcased a comparison of the Neo Geo against other consoles.
It's simple. Would you rather be a cold weenie or a real hot dog? Tough Talk will think it over. Why fool around with limp, underpowered 16-bit systems when Neo Geo now offers the hottest, most advanced video entertainment system in the world? Fact. Neo Geo simply outmuscles these guys with big names. Neo Geo offers huge 330 meg hardware setup that delivers robust 15-channel real voice stereo sound, unmatched graphics with over 65,000 vivid colors of amazing detail. Remember when we used to actually give a damn about this sort of thing, chat? Not to mention effects with four-dimensional realism. Does Neo Geo cost more than other video game systems? You bet. Well, at least they're honest with themselves. Does a Ferrari cost more than a Yugo? Does Prime Rib cost more than Squirrel Burgers? With Neo Geo, you get more than you paid for. I mean, at least they take ownership of that. But it's like, yeah, it's more expensive, but, I mean, look at what you get.
Showing that the Neo Geo was a gaming powerhouse compared to its competitors. Soon after, the Neo Geo underwent a price drop from $600 to $400.
They always do.
This reduction was attributed to a new bundle offering the console with a single controller and no game, making it somewhat more accessible, although still expensive.
Yeah, they always seem to do that. Console manufacturers, they bring it out for this really high price, and then before long it's like half that. I almost feel like a fool having been one of the first people in line to purchase a Sega Dreamcast back in 1999. But then again, I don't know.
However, the main concern remained the high cost of games, which did not see a corresponding decrease in price.
Oh,
In
God, no.
Europe, the price also saw a decline, but this did not significantly impact sales. Simultaneously, the Neo Geo doubled its available game library, presenting 6 new titles at the January 1991 CES. These included a Tetris-like puzzle game, a much-needed shoot-'em-up, a bowling simulation, a
Totally not
Mario-style
Tetris.
platformer, and an impressive first-person perspective beat-'em-up. The Neo Geo garnered widespread attention in early 1991, being prominently featured in various discussions. However,
That's
its
cool.
visibility was short-lived. The release of the Super Nintendo in Japan created a frenzy, and when it reached the United States, it performed exceptionally well. Despite initial skepticism, especially after the success of Super Mario Bros. 3, the Super Nintendo gained popularity, with Super Mario World selling at a phenomenal rate. The Super Nintendo showcased a significant leap from the NES, particularly with its Mode 7 capabilities, evident in games like Pilot Wings and F-Zero, which offered pseudo 3D gaming previously unseen on consoles, and that were absent on the more expensive Neo Geo. Mid-1991 witnessed the explosion of another phenomenon, Sonic the Hedgehog. After a triumphant
Yes.
presentation at the June 1991 CES, Sonic was released on the Sega Mega Drive, achieving a global launch in less than a month. Thanks to aggressive promotional campaigns and an impressive game, Sonic quickly became Sega's mascot, legitimizing Sega as a competitor to Nintendo and its Mario. Sonic the Hedgehog ended up being the best-selling game of 1991.
Yeah, the
Significant
idea of this, it seems hard to fathom, but this was a time when Nintendo really did not have viable competitors. They sort of had cornered the market almost. And then all of a sudden, Sega comes out with Sonic the Hedgehog. And now they've got a contender to beat back against Mario and Luigi. SNK, however, I don't think they ever really found their footing with anything like that. They were still so focused on that original mission of bring the arcade to home.
significantly boosting Mega Drive sales. The Nintendo versus Sega rivalry took center stage, overshadowing all other consoles, and the Neo Geo faded from the spotlight. Magazines
Yeah,
briefly
people just
mentioned it,
forgot
but
about the Neo Geo.
everyone quickly forgot about it as Nintendo and Sega engaged in fierce competition, releasing big games every month with new promotional campaigns. In Japan, the situation was different, as the Mega Drive struggled in sales and Sonic was not as popular. The Super
That
Famicom
seems hard to
dominated, but
believe.
the Neo Geo found its niche and was praised by older players who spent more time in arcades, especially since the Neo Geo MVS arcade cabinet was a great success, featuring regularly updated games. But why did the Neo Geo have so few games compared to its arcade counterpart? Because SNK clearly favored the arcade and did not want to directly compete with arcades using its console. Consequently, games took several months to make their way from arcades to the console. Initially, SNK had announced a 6-month gap between arcade and console releases.
Yeah, they're not going to cannibalize their arcade sales. So no matter what, there will be a gap. Well, there would have been a gap. It's like, yeah, you've got 6 months to enjoy this game in the arcades, and then we will think about bringing it to the home. This sort of way of thinking is just, I mean, nobody hardly goes to arcades anymore. They're an endangered species now, and practically extinct in many spots. So it's entirely different way of thinking now. But yeah, back then the emphasis was on the arcade first, and consoles were almost an afterthought.
And although it ended up being a bit faster, it was still a slow process. Popular games like Robo Army, 8-Man, or Cross Swords launched on the console several months after their arcade debut. The intended audience, who frequented arcades, likely had already played these games and was hesitant to spend $400 on a game they had experienced before. Additionally, arcade technology evolved rapidly, rendering a game obsolete by the time it took 5 months to reach the console compared to the popular games in arcades. Another significant issue with Neo Geo games,
Virtual
despite their
racing.
exorbitant prices, is that they can be completed very quickly. This is because most games on the console have unlimited continues. For players unfamiliar with the era, many games back then had a limited number of lives, and once lost, players could sometimes use continues to resume their game. In arcades, continuing often required additional payment, but on consoles, continues were bonus features to be earned. However, since Neo Geo console games were direct adaptations of arcade games, they retained unlimited continues without the need for additional payment. Consequently, these games could be completed extremely quickly, with some finishing in less than an hour, a bitter pill to swallow after shelling out such a high price. The console struggled in the
$200 back in 1990 for a game that you could finish in an hour. No. I'm sorry. That's a bridge too far.
face of fierce competition, with Sega misleading everyone about the exceptional technology of its Mega Drive through a supposed but meaningless blast processing, and Nintendo offering games that the Neo Geo couldn't replicate with its famed Mode 7. The Neo Geo found itself in difficulty, and rumors even circulated that SNK might halt production. A period of uncertainty persisted for several weeks, leaving the console's fate unknown. By directly comparing itself to other consoles in its promotional campaigns, the Neo Geo inadvertently placed itself in competition with them, contrary to its initial intent as something different. Nobuyuki Kuroki, a game designer at SNK, explained, "When we released the Neo Geo, it wasn't to compete directly with Sega and Nintendo. We had this idea with interchangeable arcade cabinets, and we wanted to bring that experience home. We were in the same market as other competitors, but we had two ways to make profits, through arcade cabinets on one side and the console on the other. It wasn't about directly beating others, but rather seeing if there was a space for us in this market." But the year 1991 also marks the triumphant entry of a game genre that had been rather discreet until then: fighting games. While Street Fighter I had introduced the genre to a few enthusiasts,
here we go.
and Final Fight had tested the waters, the release of Street Fighter II in arcades worldwide heralds one of the greatest gaming trends. Street Fighter II quickly becomes the most popular arcade game of the year by a wide margin.
Still so much fun to
Two
play that one.
factors contribute to Street Fighter II becoming the monumental success it is.
Street Fighter
Firstly,
2 and Virtual
graphically,
Fighter.
the game is
Still two
stunning,
of my favorites
highly
of the fighting
detailed,
genre.
and notably, the animations are excellent. In arcades, where your arcade cabinet and game are amidst dozens of others, standing out is crucial, and Street Fighter II accomplishes this remarkably well. The second factor is the combo system it introduces, rewarding dedicated players. Visually impressive, the combo system not only captivates players, but also motivates them to invest time and money into the game. Capcom knew they had something monumental on their hands, presenting the game to arcade managers as their best game of all time. Remember, Takashi Nishiyama, the designer of the original Street Fighter that served as the foundation for Street Fighter II, now works at SNK. Concurrently, he designs a new fighting game addressing the two issues he regretted from the first Street Fighter: a more developed character and story, and a better emphasis on special moves. Thus, at the end of 1991, Fatal Fury launches in arcades, a game that will change SNK's history. Fatal Fury quickly wins over players and positions itself as a competitor to Street Fighter II, trailing closely behind in popularity. Crucially, Fatal Fury impresses with beautiful graphics and meticulously crafted animations.
Now, this part I was unaware of. I had no idea that the creative mind behind the original Street Fighter was also the same person who would give us Fatal Fury.
Par with what Street Fighter II offers. Despite being different games, with Street Fighter II emphasizing combos and linking different moves, while Fatal Fury focuses more on characters, their stories, and the timing of special moves, the two are constantly compared. Capcom and SNK are seen as rival companies, while Capcom milks Street Fighter II with an astonishing number of releases. Street Fighter II The World Warrior, Champion Edition, Hyper Fighting, Turbo, the new Challengers, the Tournament Battle, etc. SNK follows up with true sequels like Fatal Fury 2 or Special, along with new games like Samurai Showdown or Art of Fighting, exploring new aspects of fighting games, all of which end up in the top 10 most profitable arcade games in Japan. SNK quickly grasps the opportunity to bring its games to the Neo Geo. While previously players had to wait several months to enjoy these games on the console, from late 1991, the games came much faster within a month. This renewed interest revitalizes the console. Fatal Fury becomes so popular that it becomes SNK's most recognized game, and Terry Bogard, its main character, is elevated to the status of the company's mascot. All these fighting games created by SNK in such a short time, all successful, establish SNK as a company renowned for its excellent fighting games that continually innovate. Simultaneously, to reduce game prices, SNK decides to replace components in the console with cheaper alternatives, further reducing the Neo Geo's price, placing it around $300 for the cheapest bundle.
I remember when he couldn't keep his hands off me. Now he's got that Neo Geo. He used to play all night with me, hot action, fantasy games, you name it. Now he plays his Neo Geo. He says his Neo Geo gives him more, plus Major League Sports, Ninja Warriors, flame-throwing enemies. Can you do that, he asks. I make my play, but he's glued to Neo Geo's vivid four-dimensional graphics and 65,000 colors. I scream, but he doesn't hear me. Above 15 channels of pure pulsating stereo sound with 7 dedicated to real voice speech. He says Neo Geo is the most powerful home entertainment system in the world, and that other systems don't even come close. And lately, neither does he. I'll show him. I'll play that Neo Geo and beat the pants off him. Oh, to think this was advertising back in the 90s.
Moreover, Sega releases its Mega CD around the same time, which costs a whopping $300. Despite Sega's extensive marketing campaigns, it struggles to take off, with journalists pointing out that the console plus the Mega CD costs more than a Neo Geo, which has cartridges that can contain almost as much data as CDs while being more powerful. Seeing this opportunity, SNK launches new advertising campaigns for its console, which literally comes back from the dead after disappearing for several months. It is once again mentioned everywhere in the press, and SNK opens the console to more licenses, resulting in a more diverse game library with an average of 2 new games per month, compared to only 6 in its first 4 months. SNK's brilliance doesn't shine only in fighting games. Almost all Neo Geo games receive excellent reviews in the press, regardless of the genre. The Neo Geo boasts a library of very high-quality games, recognized as such. This is truly the golden age of SNK and its Neo Geo, featuring excellent sports simulations, fantastic shoot-'em-ups, and outstanding fighting games. However, starting in 1993, things will quickly become complicated for the company.
Against the ropes. Oh no, what happened? What happened?
The year 1993 proves to be a bit delicate for SNK. Unlike the previous year, almost all of the company's games are fighting games, and very few games will ultimately see the light of day. Less than 10 for the entire year, including arcade releases. This is a meager output compared to previous years, and due to the cheaper components used in the console to reduce its price, technical problems emerge, leading consumers to complain and even express outrage. After paying a fortune for the console and games, they find themselves dealing with technical issues. But what truly shakes up SNK in 1993 are persistent and widespread rumors of a CD version of the console. Although rumors of a CD add-on for the Neo Geo have been circulating since 1991, their origin remains unclear. However, it seems logical since the major issue with the Neo Geo is the high price of game cartridges, still around $150 of that time on average. With CDs, game prices would be much lower, as CD production costs are significantly less than cartridges. SNK's games are also being ported to other consoles.
Yeah, that's the movement away from cartridges over to optical discs for games was primarily because they were cheaper to manufacture, and but they also had the added benefit they could do more stuff. You know, they could hold more data, and they could even hold high quality audio and visuals.
Consoles like the Super NES, Mega Drive, and even the PC Engine, which will get a special card just to run the latest SNK games, including Fatal Fury. Rumors circulate that Hudson, to secure the rights, would develop a CD drive for the Neo Geo, similar to what was done for the PC Engine. This is semi-confirmed by some company executives in Famitsu. SNK is indeed working on a CD drive for its console. However, SNK quickly puts this project on hold because Sega's Mega CD isn't selling well. The Super Nintendo still lacks its CD drive manufactured by Sony and later Philips, and especially because the 3D
Yeah, that never materialized. The Super Famicom never. I don't think they ever got. No, they never got. They never got a CD add-on. Genesis got
hold
the
because
Mega
Sega's Mega
CD.
CD isn't selling well. The Super Nintendo still lacks its CD drive.
I still think that looks so cool, especially when you pair that up with the 32X. You have, and then put inside the 32X the Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 3 cartridges on top of each other. You have you have what has been called the Tower of Power. Um, yeah, I personally loved the Mega CD. Had a lot of really fun games on there.
Drive manufactured by Sony and later Philips.
Though, fun bit of trivia about the Super Famicom CD chat. I do believe that that was something that was, I think, originally going to be. Nintendo had looked at the idea of doing something, I think, with Philips, and then, yeah, Sony, and I can't quite remember how that shook out, but I do know eventually they were working together with Sony. Sony had originally approached Sega about just effectively giving them their CD gaming technology. And it's like, we don't really know what to do with this. You guys, you got that whole Mega CD thing. Why don't you just take this uh, and use it? We'll sell it to you. And they're like, no, no, no. We've got our own thing here that we're developing for the Sega Saturn. We don't need you. Be off with you. And Sony then approached Nintendo. They got as far as the prototype stage, and eventually it was, and then finally, Nintendo scrapped the project. Sony was like, "Well, we've come all this way. Why don't we just make our own game console? See if we can't get some money back from this." And from that, the idea of the Sony PlayStation was born.
And especially because the 3DO is introduced, utilizing CD support. SNK is cautious because investing in a CD drive is costly. The 3DO, despite its CD support, is a massive failure due to its astronomical price of $700 at that time.
I remember playing the original 3DO. I think it was the Panasonic version that I played, the Panasonic Real. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was all right, but $700 for that? No. And there was nothing that really wowed me uh, in terms of games. So I think I played one racing game, one rather futuristic racing game, um, at an electronics shop on the 3DO. I was like, it's all right. It's fun. But it's not as fun as my Mega Drive. So, yeah. Not only that, but I think Mum saw the price of the 3DO, and she's like, not only no, but hell no, fuck no, fuck that. Not paying $700 in the 90s for a fucking video game console. It's just not going to happen.
Equivalent to $1,500 today.
Jesus.
The CD drive was an extremely expensive technology during this era, making it challenging to sell a console at such a high price, overlapping with the Neo Geo's market for more affluent consumers. Despite that, in January, Eiichi Kawasaki, SNK's CEO, officially announces a CD drive for arcade cabinets and the Neo Geo console. He states that game prices will be cut in half, with an expected release date in June 1994 for arcades and a bit later for the console. This announcement immediately grabs attention.
And they went 32
February
bits.
1994, new rumors surface, suggesting an entirely new console, a Neo Geo 32-bit console directly competing with Sega and Sony, both of which had announced their 32-bit consoles for the end of the year in Japan.
Look at that prototype. That looks like a VCR meets a linear tracking turntable. The Neo Star. That does look futuristic. That almost looks like something out of Blade Runner or Cyberpunk. That does look cool. If they had made that, I probably would have bought that. That looks cool.
The console is named,
especially if it had enough blinky lights on it,
Neo Star, and is rumored to focus on 3D gaming, aligning with the growing interest in this new dimension. The original Neo Geo, which was groundbreaking at its release, isn't as impressive 4 years later, both the console and the arcade cabinet. It becomes challenging to justify its price and the cost of its games compared to competitors. At the Tokyo Toy Show, where everyone expected to see SNK's monstrous new console, the Neo Star, with all the innovations it was supposed to bring, SNK surprises everyone by presenting a new console. The Neo Geo CD is finally here. After years of rumors, nobody believed it.
And check out the controller for that. Looks suspiciously like a Super Famicom controller, doesn't it, chat? 4 buttons. Looks like kind of a clicky jog stick or something like that. But yeah, gone are the days of the big, bulky arcade stick.
But there it is for everyone to see. However, excitement quickly fades as people realize that it's not an entirely new console, but just a new version of the Neo Geo that uses a CD drive. This has nothing to do with the hypothetical Neo Star. Moreover, most of the showcased games are titles already released on the Neo Geo quite some time ago. SNK promises RPGs on the console, a genre incredibly popular in Japan that dominates the scene, but is notably absent on the Neo Geo. This new version clearly targets a broader audience than the original, with lower prices, a smaller controller more suitable for home games, with a smaller joystick. SNK promises a more diverse range of game genres beyond just fighting games, with a list of 25 games planned for the console's launch and significant promotional efforts. And at the same time, SNK releases 2 new games that put the company back in the spotlight. The first one is Windjammers, a game similar to air hockey where 2 players violently throw a frisbee, trying to pass it behind each other and score points. It offers immediate gaming pleasure with its dynamism and surprising depth for what seemed to be a simple Pong variant. The other game is King of Fighters 94, a crossover between Fatal Fury and Art of Fighting that builds on the gameplay of those series to offer a 3-on-3 fighting game with characters taking turns, something very original that becomes one of the most profitable games of 1994, surpassing legendary titles like Ridge Racer, Daytona USA, or Parodius, becoming SNK's trademark. However, the year 1994 is also the year of the relentless promotion of the PlayStation and Sega Saturn. Every month, they are in magazines' headlines with the latest news and the upcoming fight. Sony's entry into the gaming world generates great curiosity and enthusiasm, making it challenging for others to stand out. Even the 3DO and the Jaguar are completely overshadowed. Additionally, Nintendo sees the release of
God,
phenomenal
the Jaguar. There was... Mm, that one turned out to be a huge disappointment. It was actually... The Atari Jaguar was... It was the first 64-bit console. Long before the Nintendo 64 came out, the Jaguar beat everyone to the punch. And like so many other cartridge-based consoles, it too had a CD add-on. So it could play both CDs and CD-ROMs and cartridges. And it just never found its footing. There was one point I was in an outlet mall, and to this day, I regret not taking the opportunity to purchase an Atari Jaguar on sale, clearance priced actually, for $50. This was some years ago, maybe just a few years after they had decided to exit the market. And so all of their consoles were clearance priced. And I passed it up. And probably 10 years later, maybe 15, I see those same consoles going for $300, $400, $500. Oh, look, there's a monkey. So yeah, what could have been? Could have had myself an Atari Jaguar for super cheap.
games on its console in '94, including the impressive Donkey Kong Country, Final Fantasy VI, Super Metroid, Killer Instinct, Super Mario All-Stars, Dragon Ball Z, Fire Emblem, Mega Man X. These three giants are omnipresent in '94. And remember, the Neo Geo was released at a time when the NES was at the end of its life but still dominated the market, making it much easier to gain media attention. Now, as their console targets a much broader audience, they need to make themselves known to the general public. They are fully aware of this, so to promote the release of the Neo Geo CD, SNK will do something quite original. They will organize a tour, the Neo Geo CD Live Tour, in the 6 largest Japanese cities,
like a rock
showcasing
concert.
the console, letting people try it weeks before its release.
Oh, Spectre, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I can stretch, but unfortunately, I don't have anything to drink. I really need to fix that. Yeah, I'll go grab something here in a minute. We're almost done here. Rex, favorite game. Addy, hello. My favorite... I've got several favorite games of all time. Sonic 1 through 3, Sonic and Knuckles, pretty much everything all the way up to the Sonic Adventure titles. The Metal Gear series, the Shenmue series of games, the Yakuza series of games, the Mass Effect trilogy. Gunstar Heroes, that was a classic title for the Mega Drive. Yeah, those are all my favorites. I grew up as a Sega boy. We really did not have any Nintendo consoles in my house. It was all Sega, and stuck with Sega from the Mega Drive through the Mega CD and Super 32X, up to the Sega Saturn, and then ending with the Dreamcast.
And even organizing tournaments on site featuring the popular fighting games from the company. This tour is a success, generating buzz and introducing the console properly to the Japanese audience. It concludes in Tokyo in September '94, and by the end, the console is available. The Neo Geo CD arrives in Japan in limited quantities with the front-loading model, where you insert games directly into the console, and its launch is a success. All 30,000 units produced are sold on the day of release,
Only
which is
30,000.
understandable after years of anticipation for this console and its games that were too expensive.
Someone's
Moreover, it comes out
jealous.
a few weeks before the Saturn and the PlayStation. After these 30,000 units, SNK replaces the front-loading design with a top-loading one, where you insert the game on the top of the console, similar to the PlayStation, because it's cheaper to produce. Shortly after its Japanese release, it is available in some European countries through certain reselling companies. In France, it's still Gimu International, which quickly offers this new, cheaper version with much more affordable games. In the UK, it's the same. It becomes available quickly through a company called New Generation, created for this purpose, and its release is also met with some success. But soon players will realize a massive issue with the console. The loading times are atrociously long,
Yeah.
30 seconds of waiting at the start of each game, with additional loading times that sometimes stretch up to 1 minute. It's way too much for playing a game, especially when many were already complaining about PlayStation games and their loading.
Yeah, the read speeds on the Neo Geo CD are colossally slow. I mean, I would guess that they're still using tech from like the first few generations of CD players for music, which is, I mean, yeah, it was atrocious. 30 to 60 seconds. That's even today. That's unacceptable for anyone.
Times. For the Neo Geo CD, where it's more than double the time for a more expensive console. So why does the Neo Geo CD have such long loading times, even longer than those of the Saturn and the PlayStation? Well, to make it compatible with previous games developed for the cartridge format, SNK had to add a considerable amount of RAM, 7 megabytes, whereas the PlayStation and the Saturn only have 2 megabytes. However, RAM was quite expensive at that time, quickly driving up the cost of the console. To keep the cost from soaring, SNK decided to use a single-speed CD drive, unlike other consoles that
Yep.
had double-speed CD
Single
drives,
speed,
which are
called
twice
it.
as fast at loading data. Journalists were already discussing this during the initial presentation at the Tokyo Toy Show, but SNK reassured them, stating that loading times would be shorter in the final version of the console, which turned out to be false. At the same time, SNK decided to censor the blood in its games, driving many people crazy. We're in the post-Mortal Kombat period, and all the controversy it caused in the United States, leading to the creation of the ESRB. SNK took precautions to remove blood from its games, but the console was targeting adults who were very disappointed with this choice, and made it known. SNK was forced to
Yeah, they're adults. They know that there's such a thing as blood and gore and violence. They get it. This seems like just excessive arse covering that the lawyers told them they had to do this and just got them to scare the hell out of them until they finally did.
introduce blood, accessible via a blood code, a special code in the games to let players choose. But at the same time, the Sony's PlayStation and the Sega Saturn are finally released in Japan, and the duel begins. A duel that will be
A lot of people don't remember this. US and European models of the Sega Saturn were black color scheme, pretty much all black. Polar opposite, pardon the pun, with the Japanese version of the Saturn, which was actually white. And you got a multicolored D-pad with these, pink or gray shoulder buttons and green, yellow, and blue A, B, and C button. A lot of people don't remember that.
echoed worldwide, completely sidelining other consoles.
Oh yeah, and then the first generation of the Sega Saturn, at least in Japan, had that gray and blue color scheme.
Including the Neo Geo CD, barely mentioned here and there. They start their massive worldwide promotional campaign, along with
everyone
Nintendo's
forgot about
Ultra
Neo
64,
Geo.
which will become the Nintendo 64. These three titans once again crush everything else. The only way out for SNK is to release their console before the others in the United States, the biggest market. But given the Japanese players' reaction, who are considered more tolerant, to extremely long loading times and the console's price, SNK first needs to find a solution. For months, SNK announces the Neo Geo CD for Spring '95 in the United States, priced at $400, with 50 games available at launch. However, throughout the year, at every trade show, the release date is pushed back again and again, eventually arriving in October '95 in the United States. But unfortunately, nobody really cares. Journalists highlight
Too
that
little,
it's
too
an
late.
obsolete console compared to the Saturn and the PlayStation. In everyone's eyes, SNK is a luxury brand, and paying a premium for a less powerful console is out of the question. In fact, players haven't realized the firm's change in direction, now aiming to reach the general public. For them, SNK is too expensive, and they are turning towards the PlayStation. The reason for this delay throughout the year is that SNK America wanted to replace the single-speed CD drive with a double-speed one. However, SNK Japan had produced so many consoles that were not sold, forcing them to take back these consoles to try to sell them in the US. This completely undermined their commercial strategy and the microscopic chances the console had of succeeding in the United States. Despite the success of some SNK games like King of Fighting '95, the year 1995 is an extremely challenging year for the company. The console is expensive to produce but doesn't sell well, and the games also struggle to sell because they are more expensive than competitors' games. However, this is just the beginning of a turbulent period for the company, akin to a descent into hell.
Next to last part, the penultimate part, technical knockout.
In 1996, SNK Japan, aware of the loading time issue, released a new version of the Neo Geo CD, the Neo Geo CD-Z. However, unlike the American version where SNK America changed the CD drive to a double-speed one, here it remained single-speed. They aimed to reduce
Lord.
loading times by having a larger cache and a more efficient CD drive, but it backfired. The console had a significant technical problem. It overheated due to the new CD drive, damaging a significant number of these consoles' motherboards. The Neo Geo CD was a resounding failure because the audience was no longer interested in 2D games, especially 2D games that were several years old. Even though the Saturn and PlayStation had a somewhat challenging start, the release of games like Super Mario 64 marked the beginning of a whole new era. Until then, only fighting and racing games managed to utilize this new dimension effectively. The arrival of Mario 64 provided many developers with the keys to adapting to this new dimension, including automatic camera angles, movements, and level design. By the end of 1996, excellent 3D games started coming out, justifying the 3D dimension that had seemed like a gimmick for many game genres before. And SNK hadn't anticipated this shift. Although 3D games had been in arcades for a while, SNK had consistently produced successful 2D arcade games. Additionally, Metal Slug, released the same year, achieved considerable success, even though it was also in 2D. They didn't expect the sudden rejection of 2D games by the public, who saw the company and the Neo Geo as outdated. Moreover, the selling point of faithfully adapting arcade games, which was crucial for Neo Geo consoles, became irrelevant. Both the Saturn and the PlayStation had outstanding adaptations of arcade games, such as Virtua Fighter 2, Sega Rally Championship, Ridge Racer, and Tekken, making them some of the most popular arcade games of their time. The final blow came from the Nintendo 64, released at only $200, as it didn't have an expensive CD drive. Sony and Sega matched this price by selling their consoles at a loss. These consoles were half the price of the Neo Geo CD. SNK decided to set.
It's the same thing with printers. Very often the printers themselves, much like video game consoles, the manufacturers will sell them at a loss because they know that they can make up the difference with the sale of the games themselves. Or in the case of printers, ink cartridges.
Set aside the Neo Geo CD and start from scratch to re-enter the market. They attempted to catch up by designing a new 3D arcade cabinet. The process took over a year. The cabinet was released in September 1997 with two games, Samurai Showdown 64 and Fatal Fury Wild Ambition. Despite being visually impressive for its time, these games failed to capture everyone's interest. Players were tired of fighting games, especially outside Japan. Within Japan, the competition was incredibly fierce, with Virtua Fighter 3, Tekken 3, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and Street Fighter 3 being the top earners. Surprisingly, SNK's most successful games of the year were 2D fighting games like Samurai Showdown 4, Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, and King of Fighters 97. SNK was at a loss. On one hand, they had invested a considerable amount of money in the Hyper Neo Geo 64, and they needed to recover some of the investment. On the other hand, the games were not performing well, so they ultimately decided to abandon it and focus on what worked best for them: 2D fighting games. Ironically, the genre of fighting games collapsed at the end of the 90s. No SNK games were present in popular arcade games in 1999.
Wow.
The only
I don't know, they kept leaning into their strengths maybe a bit too much. And they just kept playing the hits over and over and over again until there was nothing left, until people just got tired of it and went home.
fighting games present were Street Fighter 03 and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, neither of which were the most popular, and the arcade market was shrinking every year as players increasingly favored home consoles. In parallel to all of this, SNK embarked on another project, focusing on portable consoles.
Oh,
By
I
the end of
remember these.
1998, SNK released the Neo Geo Pocket in Japan. However, sales were insufficient, and after a brief stint in color, the console was abandoned. SNK found itself in significant financial trouble.
It's a pity because the Neo Geo Pocket Color was actually it was a fairly decent portable console. It had some good games, and they even at one point were teaming up with Sega, and you had Sonic games that were available on the Neo Geo Pocket Color. It was actually a fun little console, but it wasn't the Game Boy. It wasn't the Game Boy. That was, at the end of the day, it wasn't the Neo Geo consoles. They weren't Sega, and they weren't Sony, and they weren't Nintendo. So nobody cared. And certainly the press didn't care. And the Neo Geo Pocket and Pocket Color, it wasn't the Game Boy. So nobody cared.
With the Neo Geo CD proving costly with little returns. The Hyper Neo Geo 64 being expensive to produce with only 7 games released, and the sudden collapse of fighting games, and the handheld console project failing due to intense competition from the Game Boy Color and the Pokemon phenomenon. SNK experienced a genuine descent into turmoil, one from which they would never fully recover. In January 2000, the company's debts became overwhelming, leading to its acquisition by Aruze, a pachinko manufacturer. Aruze, being a massive Japanese
Pachinko
corporation,
company, they're probably flush with cash.
saw an opportunity to leverage SNK's strong licenses like Fatal Fury, Samurai Showdown, and Metal Slug in pachinko and slot machines. However, Aruze had little interest in video games. Consequently, for the next 2 years, from 2000 to 2001, SNK released hardly any games, only 7 in total. Before this period, they used to release around a dozen games per year. Moreover, the few games produced during this time were only made to make money on big names like King of Fighters 2000 and 2001 or Metal Slug 3. Amid this complicated situation and Aruze's indifferent management of the video game division, SNK's most talented employees were recruited by other companies such as Capcom, Arc System, Konami, Namco, or even formed their own company, DIMPS. SNK found itself lacking competent staff, making a true downward spiral for the company.
New owners just did not care. They're just like, we've got the licensing, we're going to slap it on our slot machines and our pachinko machines, and we really don't give a damn. Well, but can we make some new games? No. What can we? No. But shut up.
Only a few years earlier, SNK was among the top 3 Japanese arcade companies, alongside Sega and Capcom. Now, it was fading into obscurity. In 2000, Capcom proposed a collaboration to SNK for a new game, Capcom vs. SNK, which turned out to be a huge success.
Threw him a
However,
lifeline.
Capcom reaped all the benefits since they developed and published the game. Aruze decided to close SNK America's subsidiary and sold the Neo Geo MVS rights to Apple, further sinking the company as it lost its revenue from the United States. This proved to be the breaking point for Eiichi Kawasaki, the founder of SNK, who decided to leave the group and establish a new company called Brezasoft. Taking SNK's executives who hadn't left yet with him, Kawasaki managed to continue developing some games for the Neo Geo, such as King of Fighters 2001. In August 2001, he founded a new company, Playmore, with Brezasoft now as a subsidiary. Simultaneously, Aruze declared SNK bankrupt, and the company's licenses were put up for auction. Brezasoft acquired the King of Fighters license, and Mega Enterprise obtained the Metal Slug license. Through these auctions, Playmore managed to reclaim SNK's intellectual properties and attempted to bring back some former SNK employees, with a few returning to the fold.
That could have gone so differently to where somebody else could have snatched all that up. And any chance of a revival would have just been dashed.
However, Aruze continued to use SNK's name and characters for its pachinko machines. Kawasaki filed a copyright infringement lawsuit, eventually recovering a considerable amount of money. With this money, Playmore underwent redevelopment, opening offices in other countries, re-entering the arcade business, and developing new games. In 2003, they even rebranded themselves as SNK Playmore, marking a true resurgence after a descent into oblivion.
Wow.
Over the years, SNK Playmore...
I mean, they can do it. They own the catalog. They probably own the trademark and the rights to the SNK name. Why not?
focused on game development, abandoning hardware and reverting to the name SNK. The subsequent events took a bizarre turn as the studio was partially acquired by a Chinese mobile gaming fund, sidelining Kawasaki and using SNK's characters in the firm's mobile games. Later on, it was even acquired by the Prince of Saudi Arabia through one of his organizations. Attempting a timid comeback to the console market, SNK released the Neo Geo X, a portable console allowing gameplay of all Neo Geo versions released in 2012. However, it was quickly hacked, leading SNK to halt production only a year after its release. A conflict with Tomo, the company manufacturing the console, ensued, with Tomo ignoring SNK's demands and continuing to produce the console until 2016. In 2018, SNK released a Neo Geo Mini in the form of a miniature arcade cabinet that could be connected to a television, complete with plug-in controllers and containing 40 games from the Neo Geo system. It served as a nostalgic reminder for players from that era, recalling the golden age of SNK. The Neo Geo stands as a unique console in the history of video games, achieving what no one had before: pixel-perfect arcade game adaptations. After revolutionizing arcades with interchangeable cassette-based cabinets containing multiple games, it allowed those with deep pockets to experience incredibly advanced games, incomparable to what was available on other pockets to experience incredibly advanced
1-800-800-NEO-GEO, extension 300. Available at select Macy's, Save Mart, Manhattan Toys R Us, The Wiz, and Video Game Alliance. Most of these are gone, except for maybe Macy's. But then again, who goes to Macy's to buy video games?
Advanced games, incomparable to what was available on other consoles at the time. In an era where everyone talked about bringing the arcade home in every advertisement, SNK took that promise seriously and executed it intelligently, avoiding overly ambitious goals and creating a niche they knew how to exploit. While its luxury-oriented market made it less accessible and consequently less popular than the Genesis or Super Nintendo, that's precisely what made it special. The Neo Geo captivated millions worldwide, and even though it only sold just over 1 million units, it was a console from another world. Importantly, it hosted incredible games developed by its team. What was astonishing when going through all these magazines and this history is that nearly every Neo Geo game received remarkable ratings. I hardly saw any game scoring below 90 out of 100.
Oh yeah, the press loved them.
In stark contrast to other consoles. Nevertheless, after an
just goes to show you how out of touch the press is from the rest of the world.
Exceptional period, the fascination surrounding this console waned, with the advent of 3D. Still, thanks to its high-quality games, especially its fighting games, it managed to create an extremely loyal player base. Even today, people continue to play King of Fighters, Fatal Fury, and Samurai Showdown, games that still feature in competitive gaming, underscoring their lasting impact.
That's incredible.
Additionally, the console was the first to use memory cards, allowing players to continue games started in arcades, something that seemed incredible at the time. The Neo Geo is one of those consoles where, looking back and delving into its history, you discover a fabulous console, and you are surprised at how much it left its mark, even on such a limited audience. A stark contrast to Atari's Jaguar or the 3DO, for example. It stands as a fabulous console, widely recognized as such. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I sincerely hope you enjoyed this video. As is often the case with less mainstream consoles, I had a tough time finding all the information I needed, but I'm so proud of the result
footage,
that
that must
I don't
have
mind
been
it taking
really
a bit
hard
longer.
to source.
Feel free to share the video, subscribe, and like. It's crucial and greatly supports the channel. See you around.
Sakaru Baguette. Yeah, you know what? We'll give you a subscribe and definitely give it a like. Absolutely. Oh, there it is. There it is, chat. That's what I was talking about earlier. The Sega Tower of Power. 32X, the Mega Drive, the Mega CD. Stacked one on top of the other, on top of the other. Oh, thank you for the stretch redeem, Spectre. Right. Okay. Chat, give me a few minutes. I'm going to go grab water and, yeah, I'll be back. Alright, back with hydration. That's good. Pretty cool stuff learning about history of video games and all. But thank you for the hydrated redeemer gains. Take another. Okay, alright. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a bonus here. Another sip. Keep hydrated, Lamau. Exactly. It's a hot summer. Alright, let me go to stream settings, get some things changed here. Let's see, we're going to go to edit stream info and change it up now because I'm going to play some Yakuza Kiwami 2. Alright, there we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And pull up the Steam, go to the library. Yeah, for the Brits, it's going to be 27 degrees Celsius tomorrow, 21 degrees Celsius on my birthday. That, yeah, that's a bit toasty. I think. What does that translate into in the old imperial? 27 Celsius to Fahrenheit. Oh, 80 degrees. Well, could be worse. 21 Celsius to Fahrenheit. 69. Nice. Between 20 to 25 is manageable. Yeah, that's alright. Not bad. Today was 35 degrees Celsius. Those of you still keeping measurement in your freedom units. That's 95 degrees. That is starting to get a bit toasty. Especially if you don't have aircon. Doing my best to stay cool here. Got some cold water out of the fridge. Mixed it in with some gamer subs. So keep myself hydrated and caffeinated at the same time. Yeah, last summer it hit 50. Dear God. That's 122 degrees Fahrenheit. That's like the Arizona desert. That's near Death Valley levels of hot. Dear God. No, don't have aircon. Damn British government decides to insulate the houses. Yeah, and then they start prattling on about, oh, but more environment, more global warming. Fuck your global warming. We're sweating our asses off out here. I think the planet can stand to be a few degrees hotter if it means people aren't passing out from heat stroke. Just my opinion. Anyway, enough about the heat. Let's beat the heat. Let's play some Yakuza Kiwami 2. Just goes to show, I had an overhead fan on, 3 other fans on me, almost passed out from heat stroke. Gosh. pause the music here. Us Brits really cannot hate. Yeah, it's hard. Come on, game capture. Let's have a specific window here. Come on. No, not Spotify. No, not Steam itself. Come on. Where's... There we are. Yakuza Kiwami 2. I'm back. Welcome back, droid. Alright, grab the controller here. And continue on with... There we go. I think we'll stick with club management for right now. I want to see this... I want to see this through. Okay, son, do you want to open the club? Hell yeah, I do. Great. I'll leave it to you then. Someone taking a day off. Which means we need to sub in this one here. Okay. Let's try some scouting. Hey! Got a new one. And her name is Love. So, you know what? Got a nice shift. You're up, kid. I drank so much water, I might as well pump it into my veins. I have actually, I think, had to have that done once. It's like a water or saline pack or something like that. Made me piss like a racehorse afterwards, but felt better. Right, here we go.
いらっしゃいませ、お客様。
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ、
よろしく頼むよ。
お客様。
Even made a watermelon smoothie, even that hasn't helped. That was a big ass watermelon. They usually are.
お待ちしてました。かわいいね。
Yeah, they'll still be happy.
ようこそ。
また来たよ。楽しいな。
And here's another one. Let's see. Let's try out
いらっ
Timon.
しゃいませ。すごいタイプだよ。
I tend to prefer the elegant type. She's S tier when it comes to elegance.
いらっしゃいませ。
よろしく頼むよ。盛り上がってきた。お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが
Funny A. Yeah, S tier funny.
美人だね。
And help, please.
当
Swap
社
the
員店長
ashtray.
さりげなくフォローします
I could turn one watermelon into a whole bag of ice, and a whole bag of ice into a 3-liter smoothie. My ass was still overheating. One would think that it would help at least somewhat, you know? Kind extension, but left very satisfied. Alright then.
助けを求めてるように見えますが
What do we need? Need a towel. Okay. Usually if they're doing that ringing motion, that means they need a towel. Okay, not too bad. Good start.
ようこそ当社員
助けを求めてるように見えますが
Would you like to extend your session?
ご延長あ
Yeah.
りがとうございます
Alright. Oh dear. Alright. Fever time.
だいらっしゃいませお会計ですね
Guest left very satisfied. Fantastic.
ありがとうございました。盛り上がりましょう。かわいいね。盛り上がっていきましょう。
ようこそ当社員お会計ですね
Guest mood has improved and left very satisfied. Fantastic.
ありがとうございました。
Time for our best girl to shine.
はじめまして、小雪です。
Go get him, Koyuki. Show him what you got.
当社員売り上げが50万円突破
You can do it. You can do it.
盛り上がってきた。
当社員フィーバータイムだ
More fever time.
よろしくお願いします。
お会計ですね
And gracious send off. Slightly more fans from word of mouth.
ここで2分が経過
ようこそ当社員お会計ですね
Expensive gift.
お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが
Would you like swap the
店長も
ashtray?
女の子をしっかり支えてくれています
Girls recovered. And
お待たせしました。
there we are. I've had problems with dehydration before since I've been dehydrated before.
いらっしゃいま
Yeah, it's never pretty.
お会計ですね
But hey, at least they're taking measures though. Would you like to extend your session, sir?
面白いです。ありがとうございます。いらっしゃいませ。
楽しませてね。
当社員売り上げが100万円突破
Million mark! Hey, we're doing it, we're doing it. Swap the ashtray.
助けを求めてるように見えますが
お会計ですね
Okay,
店長も
give it
女の子をし
expensive
っかり支
gift.
えてくれています
Guest leaves satisfied.
素敵やな。いらっしゃいね。お願いします。お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが
Give an expensive gift. Very satisfied.
店
Let's
長
have
も
a towel
女の子を
over
しっかり
here.
支えてくれています
And let's have this one on the table.
ようこそ当社員お会計ですね
I'd like to extend your session. No? But you're leaving very satisfied. That's good.
よろしくお願いします。
Alright.
当社員
There's fever time. Only 5 seconds left.
お願いします。また来てくださいね。
ここでタイムアップだ
Total earnings 878,000 yen. Nice. We're getting closer. We're climbing, climbing, climbing more. Girls keep leveling up. Let's go again. Let's see. Take them out of the rotation. Let's see if we can scout for someone. Hey, there's a new one. Marilyn the Second. We don't talk about what happened to Marilyn the First. Righto. Nothing much. Open with this lineup.
いらっしゃいませお客様
いらっしゃいませ。
ようこそ当社員
Alright, first go, best go.
はじめまして、小雪です。いらっしゃいませ。
美人さんだない
らっしゃいませ
よろしく頼むよ
お客様
素敵だよ君
Men's club, yeah, this is what's known as a hostess club.
お待たせしました。
すっごいタイプだよ
They're all over the place in Japan.
いらっしゃいませ
また来たよかわいいね
Especially in big cities like Osaka and Tokyo. Best we can manage is kind of a meh.
お待ちしてました。
ようこそ
Perhaps
当社員
our girl here, Sakura, can turn things around.
よろしくお願いしま
楽
す。
しませてくれよ
お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが
Sign me up. Right?
当社員店長さりげなくフォロー
To
します
refill the ice here.
失礼しますごゆっくりどうぞいらっしゃいませ
また来た
お客様
素敵だよ
盛り上がっていきましょう。お願いします。
お会計ですね
延長で
ご延長
Yeah, session extended. Perfect.
ここで1分が経過しました
当社員
素敵だよ君助けを求めてるように見えますが
Ladies glass.
当社員店長 さりげなくフォローします。
Uh,
盛り上がりましょう。
new girl. Tell us what you got.
勝者員フィーバータイムだ。
Okay, I'll turn things around. Happy?
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Yeah, new girl, strut your stuff.
また来てね。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Let's see. Yeah, he's kind of a middling mood right now. Give him a gift. Hey, mood improved. He left very satisfied. There you go. Give him a nice little present. Send him off in style.
当社員売上が50万円突破。
Let's see. Yeah, there we go. And then give an expensive gift. Get some more fans from the word of mouth bonus.
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Give him a gift. Yeah, he's a little bit happy. Yeah, that's satisfying. That's good.
また来てくださいね。ありがとうございました。
いらっしゃいませ。お客様。
Let's see. Who would he be happy with? Let's go with Koyuki.
楽しみましょう。お願いします。
お会計ですね。延長で。ご延長
Yeah.
ありがとうございます。
Extended session. There we go.
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Expensive gift. Fans word of mouth.
勝者員フィーバータイムだ。いらっしゃい
Fever
ませ。
time.
ここで2分が経過。
いらっしゃいませ。かわいい。
勝者員。
Let's go. Chisato. Wow, that's busy. I know, right? Nearly got 1,000,000 yen.
勝者員。
いらっしゃいませ。
かわいいね。残り時間はあとわずか。
30 seconds.
お願いします。
Hit the 1,000,000 yen mark.
売上が
What would
100
we
万
like?
円突破だ。
A menu.
助けを求めてるように見えますが、当社員店長さりげなくフォローします。
お会計ですね。
Guest is leaving very satisfied. I'd love to see that. Can we do one more fever time? Do we have one more fever time?
お会計ですね。
I'll let you go out in style.
勝者員フィーバータイムだ。
There we
いらっし
go.
ゃいませ。
I think we'll get there. We're doing it. We're doing it.
助けを求めてるように見えますが、
よろしくお願いします。お願いします。
Oh, please.
店
Ladies
長も女の子
glass.
をしっかり支えてくれています。
お会計ですね。
Guest is leaving very satisfied.
もうありがとうございました。
And that's time.
ここでタイムアップだ。
Okay, so that was less money. All right. But we're getting a lot of fans. Hey, they're leveling up. You can tell it's hot when I'm sweating that much. I'm sticking to the sofa, and every time I get up, it sounds like skin ripping. Oh no! Yeah. Gamer chair can feel like that sometimes when it gets warm enough. something just popped up here. Yo, Kiyuki-chan, you doing okay? Yes. Well, actually, I'm starving. Making me a little lightheaded. You know, you're allowed to take breaks, right? Would you like me to take you out to get some food? Oh, are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Yay! Let's go then. When you're feeling too weak to go on, the kushikatsu here will fix you right up. Meat skewers? Really? Yeah, protein. It's fuel. Order as many as you can eat. They're great. Okay.
Hmm?
リラックス、リラックス。い
おい、どうしたんだ？
や、初めて桐生さんと二人っきりでお食事じゃないですか。緊張しちゃって。
おいおい、俺は同じ店の仲間だぜ。緊張してどうするんだ？
Yeah, no reason to be
す
nervous.
みません。分かってはいるんですけど、
Despite the fact that I'm
実は私結
got
構
devilishly
人見
good
知りで、
looks and dashingly handsome.
ユキさんとか他の人がいれば大丈夫なんですけど、二人っきりで話すとなると硬くなっちゃうんですよね。
Strength in numbers,
もし
I
かし
get it.
て初めての客に対してもそんな感じなのか？
はい。打ち解けた人には全然普通に話せるんですけど。
よくそれでキャバ嬢をやれているな。
自分でもそう思います。はあ、どうすれば緊張しなくて済みますかね。
I'm gonna take ownership of it.
それを自分の個性にしてしまえばいい。
どういうことですか？
緊張してしまうのも小雪の特徴だと思って前向きに捉えるってことだ。
Yeah, take a negative and turn it into a
意識
positive.
するから余計に緊張しちまってるのかもしれねえぜ。
なるほど。でも人見知りみたいな欠点、個性になりうるんですかね。
客の好みはそれぞれだ。緊張している初々しいキャストが好きな連中も多いはずだぜ。
桐生さん、ありがとうございます。私、ちょっと前向きに頑張ってみようと。
So would this technically class as a
期
date?
待してるぜ。
Yeah, sort of.
なんか緊張もほぐれてきた気がします。さすが桐生店長ですね。一生ついていきます。
Call me that again, please.
調子のいいやつだぜ。
Was my brain over
し
there?
かし
No, no.
人見知りといい
Your perception is
小
quite
雪はま
accurate
だま
there,
だキャバ
Spectre.
嬢として成長しなきゃいけないな。
そうですね。本当、まだまだひよっこですよ。お客さんとの話題が思いつかずに黙っちゃうようなこともありますしね。
話題か。お前の趣味の話でもすればいいんじゃないのか？
趣味？私の趣味の話をすればいいんですか？
Well, yeah, why not?
客は小雪のことが知りたいはずだからな。何かないのか？例えばショッピングとか。
私、家が貧乏でまだお金もないので買い物はあんまり。趣味。
何かあったか？
はい、私の趣味はユキさんですね。
どういうことだ？
ユキさんを観察したり、ユキさんの写真を撮ったり、その写真を眺めたりするのが好きなんです。
Okay,
だ
that's
から
starting to sound a little
強い
bit,
て言う
little
な
bit
ら
weird.
それが趣味だなーって。
Little weird, dear. Let's not say that. No.
お前。
No, 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 no. Don't say that. No. God, you don't want to tell her this creepy. It's gonna. Yeah, you must really like Yuki.
本当にユキが好きなんだな。
はい、大好きです。なんせ私の目標であり憧れですから。少しでも近づけるように細かいところまで観察して吸収したいって気持ちもあるんです。
なるほど。勉強も兼ねているというわ
Ah,
け
like a
か。
project.
いつかユキみたいになれるように頑張れよ。
ありがとうございます。
Okay, that worked.
小雪がキャバ嬢になろうと思った理由は何なんだ。やはりユキの影響か。
そうですね。ユキさんに憧れたからです。実は私大学に通ってるんですけど。
ほう、そうなん
University
だ。
student.
はい。でも結構学費が高いんで、とあるスナックでアルバイトをすることにしたんです。そしたらそこにある日、
Oh, fair.
伝
A lot of
説の
people
キャ
do
バ嬢
that.
と呼ばれる女性が飲みにやってきて。
それがユキだったのか。
はい。ユキさんすごく綺麗で輝いてた。こんなに綺麗な人いるんだって思いました。
I mean, she
で
is
も
cute.
話すと気さ
Yuki-san.
くな変な人で、そんなユキさんに私は一目惚れしたんです。あの人と一緒に働きたい、あの人みたいになりたい、そういう思いで次の日にはユキさんのいるお店の門を叩いていました。
そうだったのか。
That's some
で
strong
もこの仕
admiration
事を
there.
すればするほどユキさんの偉大さと自分のしょぼさが身に染みて、はあ、
Me and
私
Bun
み
Bun
た
have
い
little
なチン
nicknames
チク
for
リンが
each other.
ユキさんみたい
Oh.
になりたいなんておこがましいですよね。
Kind of ridiculous.
すべては小雪次第じゃないか。
私次第。
ああ、ユキは伝説のキャバ嬢と呼ばれた女だ。小雪が目指しているのはそれだけ高い目標ってことだ。当然今のお前では難しい。だがこれからの頑張り次第では可能性は出てくる。
桐生さん。
どんなプロも最初は素人からスタートしたんだ。
Everyone
地
had
道
to
に
start
頑張
from
り続けれ
somewhere.
ば夢はつかめると
Everyone's got to put their
俺は思う
trousers
ぜ。
on one leg at a time every day.
私次第。やっぱり諦めちゃダメってことですよね。不器用かもしれないけどコツコツ頑張ってきっとユキさんみたいな素敵な人になってみせます。桐生さん見ててくださいね。
ああ、楽しみにしてるぜ。しかし小雪が現役学生だったとはな。大学はちゃんと通ってるのか。
はい、単位はもうほぼ全部取っちゃったんで最近はほとんど行ってないんですけどね。
Oh, so she's pretty
で
much
も
into
学
her
費が
third
高く
year.
て今も生活には結構苦労してるんです。
そうなのか。フォーシャインのエースなんだからそれでも少しは潤ってると思ったんだが。
実は自分の学費の支払いの他に弟たちの学費
Oh
と生
dear.
活費も工面してる
Covering
んで
your
す
little
よ。
brother's living expenses as well.
だ
Goodness.
からどうしても残る金額は少なくなっちゃうんであまり贅沢はしませんね。
小雪。
That's really admirable.
偉いな。
そんなことないですよ。普通です。これくらいのことしてる子他にもたくさんいるし。それに私は幸せですよ。家族の仲もいいし学校も通えて職場にも恵まれてるんです
Decent
から。
life by any measure.
そう言ってもらえるとこちらも嬉しいな。いろいろあると思うがよろしく頼むぜ。
はい、こちらこそよろしくお願いしますね店長。
Hey, look at that. Filled up the meter. Perfect. My nickname for Bun is S'mores, and her nickname for me is Biscuit. So ideas, what's a s'more but not a biscuit? Yeah, that's cute. I like that. Phew, I'm stuffed. Ha, good to hear. We should head back. Yeah, but I had fun today, Kitty-san. Thank you. Me too. Glad we got to talk. Can we do this again sometime? Oh, you want to go out with me again, don't you? All right then. Sure, good idea. Yay! Epic level up. Hey, oh, second date win, Lamau. I know, right? Looks like we got to wait for the, you see those wine glasses clinking there over Yuki. Whenever we see pink ones over our lovely girl over here, that's when we can go on date number 2. I think that's how that works. It's whenever they get to a certain level. I'm not going on a date with Yuki. She's a legend and she still looks fantastic. Let's see. Do some club management here. Oh. Looks like Sakura needs a day off. Add in love. And Tanpopo. Let's see if we can't scout anyone. Hey! Got one! Dome! Perfect. Then why don't we give someone else a night off? Oshima. Let's have you take a night off, eh? And we will welcome in Tome here. Alright, excellent. Ranking match, fresh league. Let's go.
いらっしゃいませお客様
いらっしゃいませ
いらっしゃいませお客様
It's kind of in a meh mood. Let's have him hang out with Koyuki.
小雪です。よろしくお願いします。今日は楽しみましょう。
すごいタイプだよ。
Yeah, he's feeling better already.
ようこそフォーシャイン
素敵だよ。
Okay, Chisato, you're up.
いいねいいね。
Yeah, go on, best girl, chat him up.
盛り上がってきた。
Let's see. Oh, Lord. Rich man, and he is in a bad temper. He wants someone who's elegant. Tomomi, she's S tier elegant.
よろしくお願いします
ようこそ
よろしく頼む
フ
よ。
ォーシャイン
Just do your best,
素
love.
敵だよ。君。
Don't you just love how on the stream chat all I see is my name floating? It's alright, Spectre. It's alright. Glad to have the activity. Yeah, Cherry-san, you're up.
美人だね。
Do your
いらっ
best.
しゃいませ
助けを求めてるように見えますが
Let's see. Giving a signal for
当社
gas
店長
glass.
さりげなくフォローします
失礼します
Supposedly, there's one hell of a markup on
ご
drinks
ゆっく
here
りどうぞ
at hostess clubs like this. Some places it can be quite a horrible rip-off. Let's see. All right.
いらっしゃいませ
Lava Lava Lava-san.
ようこそ
Give it all you
フォー
got.
シャイン
面白いですね
可愛いね。
お願いします
Da, 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 da. All right. Tame, it's your time.
楽しませてくれよ。
お会計ですね
Would you like to extend your
ご延長
session?
ありがとうござい
Hey,
ま
all
す
right.
こで1分が経過しました。おっと、何かあったのでしょうか。
すみません。
No. We are not putting up with any of that. Don't care how much money you have, I'll throw you out in your ass.
助けを求めてるように見えますが、
Swap the ashtray.
放射員店長、さりげなくフォローします。
放射員フィーバータイムだ。
Yeah, fever time.
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna say thank you very much and... Yeah.
ありがとうございます。
ようこそ。
He's kind of a piece of shit anyway, so fuck him.
盛り上がってきた。素敵だよ君。
いらっしゃいませ。
There we go, this one's gonna go much better.
お会計ですね。
Let's see. Gracious send off. Yeah, fuck you and your bank account, sir.
ありがとうございます。
No excuse to treat someone poorly.
いらっしゃいませ。
助けを求めてるように見え
What
ま
do
す
we got here?
が、
What do you need? Ah,
店長も女
There you
の
go.
子をしっかり支えてくれています。放射員売上が50万円突破。
and
お会計ですね。
check. Very gracious send off. Um,
ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
let's give him a gift. Yeah, that got him happy. Perfect.
また来てくださ
放射員フィーバータイムだ。
い。
お会計ですね。
Gracious send off.
また来てね。 盛り上がりましょう。
Let's go with Tanjiro.
助けを求めてるように見えますが、
Swap the
店長
ashtray.
も
There
女
we
の子を
go.
しっかり支えてくれています。
そうなんや。
盛り上がって
2
きた。
分経過、最後まで
We've
油
got
断はでき
somebody
ないぞ。
else here. Looking for a funny girl. Tommy, crack some jokes. Try out your stand-up routine.
放射員
Priest, rabbi, and a monk walk into a bar.
お会計ですね。
Would you like to extend your
ご
session?
延長ありがとう
All
ござい
right.
ます。
もうダメです。お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えま
Let's
すが、
see. He likes the elegant women. Cherry.
お願いします。
店長
And
も
a towel for the
女の子を
lady.
しっかり支えてくれています。
お会計ですね。
Gracious send off.
また来てくださいね。
いらっしゃいませ。
30 seconds left.
残り時間はあとわずか。ラストスパートだ。
Oh lord.
お待たせしました。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Would you like to extend your session? No. But he left very satisfied, so that's good.
また来
Wait,
てくださいね。
Wait to see how much you made in pounds and dollars after the 40 seconds ends. Alright then, we'll have to find out, yeah.
お会計
15
ですね。
seconds remaining. Give him a gift. Yeah, now he's happy.
いらっしゃ
Oh
い
no,
ま
the
せ。
girl was a bit mediocre, but hey, here's Brezzy.
よろしくお願いします。
There we go.
お会計で
And
すね。
give him a gift. Give him a Prezi, yeah.
気遣い。
放射員 フィーバータイムだ。
ありがとうございました
当社員売上が100万円突破だ。
ありがとうございました
ここでタイムアップだ。
Okay. We grossed 1,028,000 yen. Total earnings after we paid the staff their salaries and paid for prezzies and everything else. Let's see. Pull up the old XE converter on the phone. What do we got here? Japanese yen. So net, 758,000 yen. Just under £4,000, or nearly $5,000 US. Yeah, not a bad night. And we picked up some more fans. And the girls are leveling up. Bro, that's a lot of pounds. Oh yeah, not bad for a small club that's just starting out. I don't know, I've heard of some nightclubs that they'll rake in tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of pounds sometimes. Depends on how many high-dollar whale clients they have coming in. And it looks like... Aha! Time for date number 2. Kiryu-san. You're in high spirits. What's up? Can we go out to eat again? Is the sky blue? Is the sky as blue as your dress? Of course we can. Thanks for coming out with me again. No problem. I'm in an awfully good mood. Am I? Maybe that's because I'm out in the town with you. Oh, stop. No, go on. You're getting pretty good at the hostess game, Koyuki. Perfect. Hey, I was being genuine. Oh, oops. Sorry. Anyway, shall we order? Yes, thank you. I'm starving. You're really trying to get me your pants
桐
leg.
生さんとご飯食べるの楽しい
お、もう緊張しなくなったか？
I mean, she can keep up the charming bit.
な。
I
さすが
don't
にもう大
mind.
丈夫です。
This is nice.
でもこうして2人でご飯食べてるとなんかデートみたいですよね。
違うのか？
Isn't it?
俺は小雪とデートしてるつもりだ
Yeah,
った。
so did I. What, you're trying to tell me it wasn't?
これってデートなんですか？だってデートって恋人同士のそういう。
Depends, darling. Do you want to be my lover?
大丈夫か？すごい慌てぶりだな。
Oh, she's adorable.
もうせっかく緊張しなくなったのにまた緊張してきちゃった。でもその
Stick around me, darling. I'll make you so nervous you can't even
業
speak.
界的にルール違反じゃないですか？
I guess as long as we don't cross any lines.
一線を越えなければいいんじゃないか？
一線を越える。
ああ、本気ならダメだが。
Yeah, I mean,
遊びならいい
light,
かもし
playful,
れない
nothing
な。
too serious, I guess.
私は遊びってことですか？
Oh, shit.
ひどいですよ。
No, that was the wrong thing to say. No.
いや、すまんすまん。そうじゃない。本当に付き合うとなると問題もあるが、今日のデートは大丈夫ということだ。
もうどっちにしろ遊びじゃないですか。
Oh,
桐生さん
fuck.
も女たらしい。
しかし大した慌てっぷりだったな。小雪はあまりデートはしたことがないのか？
その なんていうか。
どうしたんだ？何か言えないことでもあるのか？
桐生さん。
Is there an option to go back? I suppose if I were to reset the game, do like an autosave. Ah, fuck it.
笑わないでくださいね。
Fuck it, we ball.
実は私今までその男の人と
You've never gone out with a guy before. This is me pressing X to doubt. I'm pressing X on my Xbox controller right now.
全然ないんですよ。
そうなのか。ちょっと意外だな。
ですよ
Do you hear that?
やっぱり21にもなって恋愛経験ないのっておかしいですよね。
Please. Bet you got the chaps lined up round the block.
小雪を放っておくなんて男たちの見る目がねえんだな。
桐生さん、
And their
そんな
loss
こ
is
と言っ
my
てくださる
game.
の桐生さん的ですよ。お世辞でも嬉しいです。
I literally say that. Fuck it, we ball.
お世辞じゃないさ。お前は十分魅力的だと思うぜ。別に恋愛経験がないことは悪いことじゃねえ。引け目に感じることはねえさ。
Yeah, new at relationships, that's not so bad. I mean,
もし本当に好きな
better
人
than
ができ
having a
たら
reputation as a town
そ
bicycle, you
のチャ
know?
ンスは逃がさない方がいいぜ。
はい、ありがとうございます。絶対に逃がさないようにしよう。
Undercooked, dear.
何か言ったか？
なんでもないです。
Okay, that was cute.
恋愛経験か。小雪は可愛いし、もっとモテると思っていたな。
全然ですよ。中高と女子校で大学も女子大ですから。出会いがそもそもあまり
An
ないんで
all
す。
girls college?
でも
The
女
hell?
子校でも彼氏いる子はいたからな。
ほう。
Yeah,
そう
they
なんだ。
they snuck away to
はい。
make out with the
だから
boys
や
under
っ
the
ぱり私の
bleachers,
せいな気がします。
huddled there
やっぱ
under
りセクシ
under
ー
the
さが
bleachers with a
足りない
flask or
からか
something.
な。
And that was in the summertime
セク
too.
シーさ。
はい。私童顔だし、スタイルも別に良くない
I
し。
mean, it's better than being known as the
セクシー
town. I
な
can't
魅
finish
力
that
ってほぼゼロじゃないですか？
Babyface? No real style.
コンプレックスなんで
It's
す
an
よね。
insult to me. I'm responsible for that
男性は
makeover
基
there.
本
Thank
的
you
に
very much.
セクシーなスタイルのいい女性の方が好きですよね。
No, not always. I mean, cuteness has its own sex appeal. Let's go with the... Yeah. Oh no, what matters is what's
い
inside.
や、そんなことはない。
What's inside is what really
俺は
matters.
人間大事なのは中身だ
No,
と思う。
seriously, he's not wrong.
スタイルがどうだろうが、薄っぺらい人間と付き合う気にはなれないな。スタイルを
I've
気に
conversed
する
and
やつ
dated
も
with my
中
share
には
hot
いるかも
girls
しれ
in
な
my
いな。
time, and
そんな
yeah,
やつは相手にし
some
なく
of
てい
them
いさ。
beauty really was only skin
桐生
deep.
さ
It's
ん
like,
本当ですか？
hello, where's your
模範的な回答する
personality?
って
Hello.
逆に怪しいですよ。
俺は本気だ。だから小雪にはすげえ
Such a
魅力を
perfect
感じてる
answer.
ぜ。
Yes, I know. I'm just like that.
お世辞でも嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
You get my drift? Yeah, yeah, I do. He's not wrong. It is pretty cool. Yeah,
そのはかと
it
ない
is.
魅力を感じてい
It's
ますよ。
yeah.
ありがとうな。まあコンプレックスなんて自分が気にしているほど他人は気にしてねえもんさ。小雪は十分魅力があるんだ。堂々としてりゃいい。
そうですね。桐生さんの発言には重みがありますね。恋愛マスターって感じです。
Relationship master.
そうでもないさ。
でも実際どうなんですか？いろいろな恋愛をされてきたかと思うんですけど。
To be honest,
よかった
Kiryu,
ら
I pictured
桐
you
生
as a
さんの
man
恋愛
whore.
について少し話を聞かせてほしいななんて。
As long as they pass the vibe check, then fuck it, we ball. Yeah. Okay. Riz level maximum.
今も俺は恋愛中だぜ。
そうなんですか？その誰かと付き合ってるとか？
付き合ってはいないが、気になる女性はいるかな。
そうなんだ。それって誰ですか？私の知ってる人？
さあ、どうだろうな。もしかしたら小雪かもしれねえぜ。
桐生さんったらもうからかわないでくださいよ。
からかってるつもりはないぜ。現にこうやってデートしてるしな。
Smooth operator.
桐生さんって口説き上手なんですね。
Smooth
その手に
operator.
戻りませんよー
Oh, you've already fallen for it, darling. Just admit it. Nice. Phew, I'm so full. Good. Guess we should head back then. Yeah, but I had fun today, Kiryu-san. Thank you. Glad to hear it. I hope we can do this again. Hell yeah, we're going to do this again. What are you talking about? Yay! Damn! Level 27. Announcer for the show Gladiators passed away. Oh no. 98. Wow. That's a pretty long full life, you know. Oh, we got two of them that called in upset tonight. John Anderson. Uh-oh. Mommy needs a night off. Let's see, let's put in Noshima. And Sakura was an Olympic coach as well. Oh my. Okay, looks like... Oh, got an idea. Let's do some scouting. See if we can find someone. Ah, Watanabe. Welcome aboard. You start tonight. Got a pretty good balance there. Gladiators was fun to watch. I think there was an American version called American Gladiators. I've seen a little bit of the old show, and I think they did a revival one time. And, yeah, it was alright. Yeah, British Gladiators, yeah. Newer version of British Gladiators is okay, but it doesn't beat the original. Yeah, hard to top the original. It was the same thing with when I saw the American Gladiators too. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's alright, but it's hard to recapture that magic of the original, you know? Try as you might. Oh no. You know what, Tampopo, just do your best.
ピンとこないな。
ようこそ
助けを求めてるように見えますが、
Let's see, we need
放射
more
員店長
ice.
さりげなくフォローします。
失礼します。ごゆっくりどうぞ。
Oshima, just do your best. We'll go from there.
いらっしゃ
That's
い
all
ま
we
せ。
can do. Another angry rich prick. Yeah. Let's hope we don't have a repeat like last time.
放射員店長さりげなくフォローします。
Yeah. Be filling that ice. Let's see. Yeah, Chisato.
放射員
盛り上がりましょう。
面白いね君。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Would you like to extend your session? No? But you're leaving very satisfied. That's always good to see.
1分経過。ここからどう動いてくるのか
いらっ。しゃいませ。
よろしく頼むよ。
おもろいな。
かわいいな。
お会計ですね。
How about you? Would you like an extended? Yeah, okay, alright. And Koyuki, you're up.
タイプだよ。
お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが、
Let's see, ladies glass.
店長も女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
放射員
And it's fever
タ
time.
イムだ。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Give a gift. Okay, he's a little happier.
ありがとうございました。
Okay, so that was mostly uneventful.
ようこそ。放射員
That went better.
お会計ですね。
Gracious send off.
ありがとうございました。
助けを求めてるように見えますが、
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいま
来たで。
Let's see, what do we need? More
店長も
ice.
女の子をしっ
There
か
we
り
are.
支えてくれています。
Girls recovered.
盛り上がってきたわ。
お願いします。
Let's see. Chili, do your best.
お会計ですね。
Would you like to extend your
ご
session?
延長
Hey!
ございます。
Be back on alt. All right.
お願いします。
放射員フィーバータイムだ。
Yeah, more fever
お会
time.
計ですね。
Let's keep this going. Let's keep this party going. Find an extension, but they're very satisfied. That's good.
放射員売上が100万円突破だ。
ようこそ。放射員
盛り上がってきたわ。
お会計ですね。
Gracious send off. Just leaving very satisfied.
まだ来てな。お待たせ。
ようこそ。放射員お会計ですね。
Gracious send off. Slightly more fans. Okay. And
2分経過。最後まで油断はできないぞ。
お待たせしました。
いらっしゃいませ。
最高や。
よろしくお願いし
か
ま
わええな。
let's hit one more fever time.
す。
Come on. Yeah.
フィーバータイムだ。お会計ですね。
All right. Gracious send off for this fellow here.
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Another gracious send off.
また来てくださいね。また来てね。お願いします。お願いします。
助けを求めてるように見えますが、
Gracious send off. What we need a lady's
店
glass.
長も女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
ありがとうございました。
ようこそ当社に。
残り時間はあとわずか。
Okay. What are we pairing you up with? Dunpopo.
めっちゃ咲いて
いらっしゃいませ。
また来た。盛り上がってきた。盛り上がるね。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
No extension, but you're leaving satisfied. We like to hear that. That's good.
いらっしゃいませ。
また来ちゃったよ。
Right. And then... Chisato, you're up.
お願いします。
Okay. And then...
お会計ですね。
Gracious send off for this fellow here. Leaving very satisfied.
絶対また来てください。盛り上がりまし
かわいいな。
また来てくださいね。
ここでタイムアップだ。
2,158,000 yen. Nice. That puts us at number 1. Ah, fantastic. Kiryu-san, are you free at the moment? There's something wrong. Day number 3, let's go. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Sure, let's go somewhere we can talk. Oh, thank you. Ah, went to the still shop bar. So what's wrong? Not like you to be so down. Well, I just didn't know who else to turn to, but you'd be willing to hear me out? Of course. Oh, thank you.
それ
What's
で
wrong, darling?
困ったことってのは何なんだ。
男の人にこういう相談をするのも恥ずかしい話なんですけど、
Let's turn that frown upside down.
今朝起きたらベランダに干してたはずのパンツが消えてたんですよ。
Oh no!
でまさか
Someone stole your
盗ま
panties?
れたのか。
多分そうだと思います。昨晩は風とか吹いてなかったですし、
Apparently that's a rather common
3階だ
criminal
ったんで
occurrence in
大丈夫だ
Japan.
ろうと思ってたんですけど、やっぱり部屋の中に干さないとダメですね。はあ、桐生さん、こういう時ってどうしたらいいんですかね。
Well, you head off to the shops there and buy yourself some new knickers, and I'll go find the
安
culprit.
心しろ。俺が犯人を探してやる。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。さすが桐生さん、頼もしいです。でもどうやって探すんですか？私昨晩はぐっすりだったので何も覚えてないですし。
Darling,
そうなのか。
former Yakuza, we've got our connections.
どうするか。
Can't exactly ask for details about your panties.
桐生さん、何か勘違いしてませんか？
ん？勘違いだと。
あれ？私、自分のパンツって言いましたっけ？亡くなったのは私のおばあちゃんのですよ。
Oh dear.
なんだと。
Oh,
昨日う
oh
ちに泊まり
dear.
に来てたんですよ。だから普段より洗濯物増えて外に干すしかなくなったんです。
Oh my.
どんな。
あれ、桐生さん、なんか元気なくなりました？
いや、
Depressed about
そんなことはないぞ。
Well, yes, I'm depressed about something.
犯人は見つけ
I
な
don't
い
care about your granny's
あり
panties.
がとうございます。
だが普段小雪が一人暮らしなら小雪のものだと間違われた可能性があるな。
Yeah, you're giving the wrong impression, girl.
そんな、私のパンツなんて盗む価値ないですよ。
Don't be too sure, darling. Yeah, they're totally worth stealing. But don't worry, I'll protect you.
俺が守ってやる。この世の中は小雪が思っている以上に危険が溢れている。小雪は魅力的な女だ。どんな輩が狙っているかわからない。だからもっと自覚を持たないとダメだ。それでも危なくなった時は俺が守ってやる。
Riz level
桐生
ultra.
さん、ありがとうございます。魅力的なんて言ってくれて嬉しいな。桐生さんに守ってもらえるなんて、私
絶対に守ってやる。お前のパンツをな。
パンツの方ですか？そうだ、桐生さん、もう一つご相談があるんですけど。
今度は
I
何だ？
will absolutely
ブラジャー
protect
でも盗まれたの
your
か？
panties.
もう違いますよ。桐生さんのスケベ、エッチ、スケッチ、ワンタッチ。
小雪、お前古い
No
な。
touchy.
もうすぐユキさんの誕生日らしいので、何かプレゼントしたいなって考えてるんです。
ほう、いいじゃねえか。
でも何あげようか迷ってて、
Welcome back,
何かいい
Spectre.
プレゼントないですかね？
Apparently somebody has been trying to steal this girl's panties.
そうだな。
But we have promised to protect her. And her panties. I had a collection of
フォーシャインのみ
messages.
んなに協力してもらって寄せ書きを送ったらどうだ？
Ah, that's got a lot of heart to it.
なるほど、それいいですね。さすが桐生さん、プライスレス。
ああ、ユキのことだ。号泣
Yeah,
間
that's
違
a
いなしだ
thoughtful
な。
message. Everybody chipping in to write
So
something
ですね。
nice.
涙で濡れたユキさんのご尊が、ああ、楽しみだな。写真に撮らないと。
Yeah, it'd be so heartwarming she'd cry tears of unbridled joy and many happy memories.
しかし、小雪はユキ
Who
の
would
こと
steal
が本当に
those?
好
I
きなんだ
mean,
な。
it happens more often than you think in Japan. That's actually a
でもそ
fairly
れと
common
同じくら
crime.
い、今はフォーシャインのことが大好きです。お客さんを大事にして、キャストみんなで一丸となって頑張れる。それってすごく素敵なことですよね。ずっとフォーシャインが続けばいいのにな。ずっとこの時間が続けばいいのになって思います。
そうか。そう言ってもらえると店長冥利に尽きるな。
桐生さんのおかげです。桐生さんがいなかったら、きっとフォーシャインは神崎さんに潰されてました。桐生さんがいるとみんな笑顔になる。店長としてだけでなく、人として素敵な人だなと思います。
Oh, that's sweet.
そのユキさんと同じ
Bro,
くらい、
Japan's fucked up. I mean, if that's the
Kiryu-sama.
worst that happens is
私にとって
occasionally
大切な
girls'
人です。
knickers get nicked, then I mean that and combined with police chasing down bicyclists who are speeding a bit too fast on the bike paths. I mean, if that's the worst that happens there, that's actually they're doing all right for themselves. That just shows you how low crime is. The crime rates are in Japan.
俺も同じ気持ちだぜ、小雪。
桐生さんも？
ああ、俺にとっても小雪はかけがえのない大切な存在だ。
それはそのキャストとして？
Do you mean as a hostess or
一
as
人
a
の
woman?
女性として？
さあ、
Does Chad
どっ
pose?
ちだろうな。
Yes.
だが確かなのは、それくらいお前は魅力的で、俺にとって大事なやつだってことだ。だから、これからもよろしく頼むぜ。
はい、もちろんです。ずっとずっと桐生さんのそばにいさせてください。私、今まで以上に頑張りますから。
ああ、楽しみにしている。
Perfect. It's getting a little late, I suppose. Yeah, we should get going. It was nice talking to you today, Kiryu-san. Yeah, likewise. I'll give it my all tomorrow, and every day thereafter. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Is she... Oh! I think we're close to maxing out. Maybe. I don't know, I can't quite remember how high the levels go. That is 3 dates. Yeah. Time to open up the club again. Let's see. How we doing? How we doing? Chisato needs the night off. What do we not have selected? AACA. Yeah. Right. And then let's see if we can't scout somebody. Hey, there we go. Serena. You know what? Let's give her a go. Let's give Madeline. Let's give Tanpapo a night off. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Alright. Ranking match. And we open with this lineup.
いらっしゃいませ、お客様。
いらっしゃいませ。
ようこそ。
Oh, goodness. Somebody already requested her. That's always good to see.
お待たせしました。
すごいタイプだよ。
いらっしゃいませ、お客様。
Alright, let's get him situated with
よ
Watanabe.
ろしくお願いします。
かわいい。
ようこそ。
楽しくいこう。
おっしゃい。
Yeah, filing in quick. Let's see, looking for someone who's cute. Yeah. Serena, you're up. Let's see what you got.
助けを求めてるように見えますが、
Yes, dear.
店
Guest
長も
glass.
女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
失礼します。ごゆっくりどうぞ。
Oh dear. Got a problem here. Wants a funny girl. Tomei, do your best, love.
助けを求めてるように見えますが
Let's see. What have we got? Swap
放
the
射員店
ashtray.
長さりげなくフォローします
Excellent. And then we got somebody else. Let us sit down here.
放射員売り上げが
Let's
50万円突破
Could do well with Sakura. Okay.
美人だね
Pretty close to a fever time.
お会計ですね。
Would you like to extend your session,
延長
sir?
で
ご延長ありがとうございます。
Nice. Right, most everyone's happy.
助けを求めてるように見えますが
Swap the
店長
ashtray.
も女の子をし
Okay.
っかり支えてくれています
And trigger fever time.
フィーバータイムだ。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Let's have a gracious send-off.
ありがとうご
いら
ざいます。
っしゃいませ。
売り上げが100万円突破だ
お願いします。
1分経過ここからどう動いてくるのか
Have a gracious send-off. Guess mood has improved. Let's see. Yeah, Oshima.
まだ来てない。
おっと
Uh-oh,
何かあ
uh-oh.
ったの
What
で
have we
しょ
got?
うか
Hang on. What?
ごめんなさい。
Oi, oi, oi,
そ
oi.
のために店長も頑張っています
お願いします。お願いします。
ようこ
助けを求めているように見えますが
そお会計ですね。
Give him a gift. There we go.
店長も女の子をしっかり支えてくれています
Oh, happy as a clam.
ありがとうございました。
Let's see. What's
盛り
another?
上がりましたか。
いらっしゃいませ。
盛り上がってるか
お願いします。
Senna.
お願いし
Quite
ます
happy with
助
him.
けを求めているように見えますが
Have a towel.
放射員
There we
店長
go.
さりげなくフォローします
放射員フィーバータイムだ。お会計ですね。
Would you like to extend your session, sir? No? I guess that's satisfying. We like to see that.
また来てね。
お会計ですね。
Ah, very gracious send-off. Wow. A lot of money.
ありがとうございました。
You know what? Let's see if we can't turn this round here.
はじめまして、小雪です。今日は楽しみましょう。
ようこそ放射員。
盛り上がって
いらっしゃいませ。また来たで。
盛り上がってきたわ。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Gracious send-off. More fans from word of mouth.
お願いします。
助けを求めているように見えますが
And let's have a
店
towel
長
over
も
here.
女の子をしっかり支えてくれています2分経過最後まで油断はできないぞ
お待たせし
Swap
ました。
out.
ようこそ放射
そうですよね。
員。お会計ですね。
Extend your session. All right.
お願いします
Managed to
助
turn
け
this
を求め
round.
ているように見えますが
And let's have a
店
guest
長も
glass.
女の子を
All
しっ
right.
かり支えてくれています
Very good.
お願いします。
And
お会計ですね。
gracious send-off.
放射員フィーバータイムだ。
ありがとうございました。お待たせ。
Have to do. Give do I have to do? Let's see. Would you like to extend your session? No, but you're leaving satisfied. Good.
いらっしゃいませ
Right, somebody else coming in? There we go.
いらっしゃいま
Second
せ
take over here.
"お会計ですね
Gracious send off for this person.
ようこそ当社員
And then one more person being seated here. Let's see. Medal in the second.
お会計ですね
And a gracious send off. Gracious send off for this person. Yeah. Off the ashtray.
さりげなくフォローします
All right.
また来てくださいね。もうダメ。
当社員フィーバータイムだ
Nearly 3 million yen.
タイムアップだ
Hey. Holds down first place. Take on the league championship. Dato number 4.
桐生さん。
ん
Well, do you remember that panties thief I told you about before? Oh no. Did they get your panties again, Koyuki? No! My grandmother's. Oh, right. Seem to have trouble remembering that part. Don't want to remember that part.
もう。
Well, it's not my fault. Anyway, has there been an update? Not really, but I just can't shake it from my mind, and the more I think about it, the more I want justice. But really that fired up about it? Yes! Yuki-san lives nearby too, you know. What if she's the next victim? Panty thieves are the enemy, and if Yuki-san's panties are at risk, I can't rest. Neither can I. We might need a sample to know what we're dealing with. No, kidding. Man, this thief made a huge mistake targeting someone so passionate about panties. He sure did. I've given it some thought, and I think I've devised a way to catch this pervert.
お願いします。
I'm ready to turn words into action, but I feel much safer if you were with me, Kiryu-san. Will you help me? I guess so. Really don't want this to blow up any bigger than it's already gotten. You're the best, Kiryu-san. I know. Are you ready for war? Sure. Where exactly are we going? This is the place, Kiryu-san. Wait, what? I thought you were going to lead me to the culprit or something. Wait, what's your plan? I'm glad you asked. I was thinking that the thief would definitely target cute panties like the ones I wear. So I'm going to lure out the thief with a panty snare. And then when he appears, I want you to jump out and catch him. This could go horribly wrong. What's wrong, Kiryu-san? Yuki, is that really the best plan you could come up with? Yep, it's perfect, isn't it? I think we should call it Operation Panty Bait. All right. we're going to call the sub-story that. Okay, listen, Koyuki, I don't think any thief is in his right mind would steal underwear off of a bench. What? You don't think so? It's not exactly the natural environment for panties, you know? Oh, don't worry about that. I've got a fresh pair that any thief would find irresistible. So you're basically the muscle. Yeah, as we do in this game. Ta-da! See? That's kind of cute, I guess. Aren't they the cutest? Yeah, sure. I mean, no comment. This can and will go wrong. Oh, I know, but it's going to be so much fun. It's going to be so funny when it does. Koyuki, those... nobody's going to steal those, ever. What? Why not? You don't think they're cute enough? Kiryu-san, I don't think you really know how a panty thief thinks. Maybe if you went for the sexy, lacy variety, you might entice them a bit more. Yeah, I'm glad I don't, actually. Besides, does that mean you really wear panties like this? What? No way! I wouldn't wear panties like this. I'm an adult. Yeah, okay, now we've got serious problems. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. But let's not argue. The odds are in our favor here, and I say we give it a shot. Fine. They're peering around a corner like they're the Three Stooges or something. You half expect them to go, hello, hello, hello. This is never going to work in 100. Shh. The thief approaches Kiryu-san. What, really? Ayoshi. Pretty suspicious. Oh no. He picked them up, Kiryu-san. What do we do? Catch them.
Oi.
Oi. You a panty thief? Panty thief? Excuse me? Saw you pick up those panties just now. You sick bastard. You're the one who left them here. Any concerned citizen would make sure nothing suspicious was going on. I'll thank you not to throw around such baseless accusations, sir. Well, fuck. Look, another guy. Really? Pretty suspicious. What do we do?
Yeah.
That may not be the right guy. Okay. Yep. You're right. Could be him. Look, another guy. Really didn't expect this to work as well as it has. Pretty suspicious. I don't know, what do we think, chat? Wait and see or catch him? Maybe wait and see again?
いや
I don't think that's a thief. Yeah. Oh, look. Another guy. God, how many times? You picked the panties up, Kiryu-san. What do we do? Good question. I don't know. Let's call them out. Yup, that's our man.
Boy.
Oi, that's not something you do in public, you panty thief. What do you mean? You must be the panty thief causing all the commotion in town. What? No, these panties, they just flew into my face. It was the wind. Yeah. Pressing next to doubt on that one. I think I'm going to believe that. No, you've got the wrong idea. How do these panties end up in my hands? Wait, isn't that Kiyuki-chan? What's she doing here? And how do you know her? Ah, it's him! Well, you know this guy, Kiyuki?
Hi.
Yeah, he's a Forshine customer. Oh, is he now? You remembered me, Kiyuki-chan. Wow, what an honor. Of course. We had to ban you after you kept being inappropriate. Oh, getting the picture now. You caused trouble for Kiyuki in and out of the club. Shut up. What's your deal, anyway? I'm the new manager at Forshine, and I've heard about some panty problems you're the cause of. What, Forshine is a new manager? Yes. And honestly, I'm shocked you fell for this. Well, I did find it a little suspicious, but the siren song of the panties called out to me, and then... Kiryu-san, not even I expected the culprit to be this perverted. But now that you know, I'll just have to make sure you can't snitch. Oh, you poor delusional bastard. Kiyuki, stand back. Okay. I won't let you interfere in my pursuit of panties. Alright, just for that. Damn. You need to cool off, mate. Take a bath. God, spare my life! Unless you want a repeat of this, you better never get up to anything this stupid again. Greetings, my dear nobles. Even in a black suit and with a touch of an emo hairstyle, our great Lord Rexworth exudes the elegance and magnificence befitting his noble stature. His presence shines with the radiance of true nobility, captivating all who have the honor to behold him. Thank you, Enrique. How are you? It's good to see you. How you been? Oh, okay. I'll be better about it. Better about it? It's like saying you're just going to try not to get caught next time. Jesus. Let's get back the panties you stole. Okay. God, what a jerk. Stealing my poor old granny's panties like that. Wait, what? Yeah, you made an old lady very sad about her underwear, is all I'm saying. Then those panties weren't yours, Kiyuki-chan. Haven't you heard a word I've said? They're my grandmother's. Hi, Rex. How you doing? Doing all right. Just enjoying a nice long afternoon stream here, you know? We did some just chatting and video reacts, and now we got Yakuza Kiwami 2 going. Oh, Kiyuki-chan. Fancy running into you on the footpath. Oh, Grandma. You're just in time to see us get back those panties you had stolen. Oh, am I? Well, that's wonderful. But oh my, does that mean this is the culprit? Ah! You stole some panties I've had for years, Sonny. You're not into more mature ladies, are you? Ah! Well, so that all happened. Kiryu-san, thank you so much for helping me today. Sure. I'm still in disbelief you actually caught the guy like that. Does that mean you'll have more faith in me now? Yeah, I suppose I will. Just took down a panty thief. Hell yeah. But I didn't know I'd be putting you in danger, Kiryu-san. I'm so sorry. That was really nothing. I'm just glad you aren't hurt. If anything bad had happened to you, I'd... Kiryu-san. Kiyuki. Thank you so much. I'm really happy. So, we should get back to work. Oh, yeah. Kiyuki forgot her panty bait. The thief was really into this. Nope. Getting rid of it. Hard to imagine how people really get into things like this. Kiryu-san, you okay? Whoa, whoa, oh! Oh dear. Okay, you can't tell me she doesn't want to get into your pants. Who are these panties lying around like that? Oh, Kiyuki, you're, those... Oh god, you really do wear... What? Kiryu-san, you looked... You're the one who slipped and fell, dear. You should have watched where you're going.
Whoa.
What a pervert, Kiryu-san. Itchy, sketchy, no touchy. Alright then. Kiryu-san, do you want to open the club? Great. Leave it to you then. Tomei is absent today. Yeah, I think we're strong enough that we can take on... Yeah. Alright. Let's scout for one more. See how we do. I'm going so well, lol. I should get over it. Yeah, we got Maida to join. see if we can't... Where is she? There she is. Yeah. Alright, pretty solid lineup. Now, yeah. Let's see if we can't take on the champions here. At last, the Fresh League Championship. Oh, so it's finally time. I've got butterflies. It's our first one-on-one battle. And to make things worse, is a championship match. So this will attract an audience. Now, what makes it different from running the club on any other night? I did a few of these as a hostess, and even though the stakes were different back then, it was still intense. Oh, that's not what I want to hear. What if I spill on a customer or something? You'll do fine, Kiyuki-chan. Fear of failure is worse than failure itself. Yuki-san, I've done everything from tripping to spilling a fruit platter on a customer's lap, and I always come out okay. You know what? That's true. Nobody died. She's still standing. The customers are all still standing. Wow, so not even you were perfect, Yuki-san. I'll take comfort in that and work through my fears too. That's a spirit. How did she recover from dropping a fruit platter on a guy? Just keep going. That's all you can do. The sun still came up the next day. The earth was still rotating on its axis. God's in his heaven, and all was right with the world. Simple. Well, the more we know about our enemy, the better we'll feel. Who are we up against here? They're called Hiroshima Sweet Goddess. And of course, it's one of Kanzaki's. They're the newest club in the group, but their number one girl is Kana-chan. She's spectacular. It would not be an exaggeration to say she's how they became the Fresh League champion. Yuki-san, how do you know all this? It's my job to know our competitors, so I researched them on this forum that I lurk on. Oh. Tell me more about this forum. Well, the rest of the staff there are nothing to write home about. In fact, there's a rumor they've got big egos, so if we can come together as a team, we can win. You've really done your homework. Long time no see, everyone. Kanzaki. I admittedly didn't expect you to climb this high. Moldy as you are, you're still a legend, Yuki-san. Excuse me? You take that back. Yuki-san's not moldy yet. It's not going to be moldy ever, darling. What do you mean, yet? Regardless, your little rally ends here. Allow me to introduce you to Kana-chan, number one girl of Hiroshima Sweet Goddess, and your opponent today. It's a pleasure. So you're Kana-chan. Kana has the potential to lead the next generation of hostesses. You should study her closely. And Kana, I need not remind you, failure will not be tolerated, correct? Of course not, sir. Sorry, but I don't plan on losing. Neither do I. Wow! Is it getting steamy in here or what? Let's get this battle started before it gets too hot to handle. The Cabaret Club Grand Prix Fresh League Championship. Tonight, Sotenbori 4 Shine challenges the reigning champ, Hiroshima Sweet Goddess. We can win this. I'm with you there. I'll give it my all. Girls, let's crush it. Kana-san, please. You know you're going to win if you do what you always do. We'll do our own thing. Yeah. Let's start the Cabaret Club battle.
さあ、ついにやってまいりました。リーグチャンピオンシップ。果たして勝利の女神はどちらに微笑むのか。
全力でいきますよ。
負けらんねえな。
キャバクラグランプリナンバーワンを選ぼうの。さあ、ついにバトルスタートです。
ようこそ。
楽しくいこう。
フォーシャイン。 いらっしゃいませ。お客さん。
We already are off to a good start. We had someone request.
お待たせしました。
ようこそ当社員。
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。
助けを求めているように見えますが、
Ladies
店長
glass.
も女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
失礼します。
盛り上がりましょう。
ようこそ当社員。
助けを求めているように見えますが、
Menu.
当社員売上
ボーナスオーダー
50万円突破。
Hell yeah.
店長も女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
Right.
よろしくお願いします。
Make the best of it. Come on. Come on. Let's get to fever time. Yes.
フィーバータイムだ。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Do you like to extend your session? No? Okay. That's fine.
また来てくださいね。お願いします。
助けを求めているように見えますが、
Menu.
当
You
社員
got
店
it.
長さりげなくフォローします。
いらっしゃいませ。お会計ですね。
Would you like to extend your
ご延
session?
長
Hell yeah. Show 'em what you got, gal. Come
小
on.
雪です。よろしくお願いします。今日は
ここで1分が経過しました。
お願いします。
当社員売上が
お会計ですね。
Now, would you like to extend your session?
ご延長
Yay! We're doing it! We're doing it! We're doing it!
当社員フィーバータイムだ。
More fever time!
お会計ですね。
Gracious send off! And the guest is very satisfied.
また来てね。
いらっしゃいませ。お客さん。お会計ですね。
Another gracious send off.
ありがとうございました。盛り上がりましたか。
ようこそ当社員。
最高や。いらっしゃいませ。はいはい。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
A gracious send off. Leaving very satisfied. We're doing well.
ありがとうございました。
ようこそ当社員。
最高や。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Yeah.
ありがとうございました。よろしくお願いします。
いらっしゃいませ。お客さん。お会計ですね。
お願いします。
助けを求めているように見えますが、
Let's see. We need to
当社
refill
員
the
店長
ice.
さりげなくフォローします。
That's good. That's good. Oshima, do your best.
ようこそ当社員。当社員フィーバータイムだ。
お待ちしてました。
Sakura, go get him.
もうダメです。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Would you like to extend your session, sir? No? Ah. Glad you're leaving very satisfied.
また
Do come again.
いらっしゃいませ。
助けを求めているように見えますが、
Ladies
当社員店
glass.
長
Hey, that cheered him up.
手を求めてるように見えますが
Refill
店
the
長も
ice.
女の子をしっかり支えてくれています。
いらっしゃいませ。
残り時間はあとわずか。ラストスパートだ。
A menu coming right
助けを
up.
求めてるように見えますが、当社員店長さりげなくフォローします。
お会計ですね。
A gracious send-off for you, sir. Thank you so much.
ありがとうございました。
ようこそ当社員。
盛り上がってきたわ。
お会計ですね。
Would you like to extend your session?
ご延長
Hey, let's go.
お待たせ。
美人さんだな。
お願いします。また来てくださいね。
All
お
right.
会計ですね。
Extend your session? No?
ありがとうございまし
終了。果たして勝負の行方は。
How'd we do? Hell yeah! We won! And the winner is... Sotenbori Shine. And with that, the Fresh League has a fresh new champion. We did it! We beat the snot out of the sweet! Yeah! You guys did great out there. Impossible. I'm sorry. Cheh. You proved just how useless you are today, Kana. Big on. The group has no further need of you. What? Just like that? Huh? Really? The Kanzaki group is the embodiment of perfection. Make all the excuses you want, but you lost to this dingy club and you sullied our name in doing so. Don't make the mistake of showing your faces before me again. Yuki-san and Kiryu, was it? It seems I've underestimated you. But with the Paradise League up next, you'll soon find yourselves, well, out of your league. Throw yourselves a little party if you want tonight, but there'll be no mercy next time. Farewell. And stay out. He really gets under my skin. Mine too. It's like he has a talent for it. Well, the good news is that we get to move on to the next league. Yes, this is far from over. So what are you going to do about this? You just got us fired. We'd finally found a club where we didn't have to try. Did you get lazy or something? If you'd pulled more weight, we'd still have our jobs. What? You're the one who just said you didn't try. I was really hustling the whole time. Are you giving us lip now? You're just as stuck up because people think you're cute. She gets one compliment and suddenly she thinks she's the queen. What a prissy little bitch. No, that's... Hey, what's going on here? I'm sorry, this is an A-B conversation. Maybe C your way out of it. Lame. No, I've decided you should be ashamed of yourselves ganging up on poor Kana-chan like that. What? I'm not one to pick fights, but you two are totally useless tonight. Even I could tell Kana-chan was the only one doing any work. You're both just big old buttheads. Oh, sick burn there, Koyuki? No, not really. Excuse you? Psst. She throws a punch, she'll break it up, right? Yeah. Kana-chan was radiant out there tonight. Every customer from her tables left with an ear-to-ear grin. And you tell her to work harder. I'm sorry, but are your eyes working or are they just decorations for your noses? What? you think you are? Well, where'd that go? Yeah. Kana-chan, don't you dare take what these haters said to heart. You are awesome. So stay confident, alright? Right. Thank you. Oh, now you're gonna snuggle up to the enemy. This is so lame. Let's go. Have a fun trip back to Loserville. Kiyuki-san, thank you. It's all good. I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to escalate things like that. I was pretty sure you were going to get punched. Well, we're all guilty of adding fuel to the fire sometimes, but still not good. Yeah. Is that what I did? I guess I'll be more careful from now on. On the bright side, I think you made a lasting impression. We can bill you as the fire-breathing hostess or something. Hey, that's pretty good. What? Let's not, okay? What, you're laughing too? Volshine seems like a fun club. This is how I wanted my club to be too. I only became a hostess after Kanzaki-san scouted me for the job. But I found the job fun, and Kanzaki-san seemed to have high expectations for me, so I worked my hardest to meet them. But the older girls didn't seem to like me because of that. The better my results, the more nasty things they said about me. It's terrible. But I couldn't let that be an excuse. So I worked through it, and yet I still lost everything in the end. If only I'd endured it better. Maybe I could have worked harder to make up for them. Oh, hi, Booba. Lol. I know, right? Welcome back, Asuna. Kana-chan. That isn't right at all. What? A cabaret club isn't something you can bear all by yourself. The girls, the staff, the manager, everyone has to work together to earn every smile. It's a team effort. Kiryu-san. So trying to carry all of that by yourself, it would break even the strongest of us. If you can share the struggles, you can share the joy too. Isn't it the same way with friends? Friends. You're right. I tried to carry it all alone. I didn't want to depend on anyone but myself so they wouldn't hate me. But if I never thought of anyone around me as a friend, how could I expect them to treat me any differently? Kana-chan. Well, if you'd like, would you want to become our friend? What? It might be small compared to the Kanzaki group, but I think this club might be just what you've always wanted, Kana-chan. Kiyuki-chan. And I think I'd like to be your friend too. Is that okay? Of course. If you'll have me, I'd love to. Wonderful. Thanks, Kana-chan. Yeah! We got the cute big booba girl to be on our team. Yay! Koyuki-chan sure looks happy. Sometimes it takes a fight to make us grow. I know the feeling. I knew it would be rough, but I didn't expect Kana-chan to actually lose. I'm more perturbed that such a chintzy club could disgrace the Kanzaki name. I'm rather pleased, to be honest. Pah! Now, we have stronger establishments in the Paradise League. They've no chance this time. Right, Aika? Probably not. I mean, I'll fight to win, but I still plan on having a good time. Aika-san, you're such a free spirit. Forshine. I will remember this. Hell yeah, big booba! Another one for extra supplement. Unfortunately, we'll have to save the rizzing up for another time. Because dinner bell has just rung in my house, and I'd best be off. So, I think it's about time we find someone to raid. Came in just the right time. I know, right, Asuna? Let's see. Who is online that we can raid? Da da da. Da 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 da. You know what? I think we've got someone that we can raid. First time for us. Mute the browser audio. We're going to go raid Momooko. So, let me set that up here. Raid is being created. And here's our copy pasta. Right. Let's go raid Momooko. Thank you all so much for coming out today. Stream schedule dropping later tonight. I'll see all of you tomorrow for the big birthday stream. I'm Lord Rexworth. Wishing you all the best, and God bless.